I'm Ritka Saxena from CSTEP, and I would want you to picture 10 years from now. So you're scrolling through your newsfeed, you're changing your channels, and all you can see is the grim news of how the planet is becoming even more inhabitable because of the poor air quality and the climate alterations. So let me ask you, would you be worried about your health? Would you be worried that you have a compulsion of wearing the mask all the time? Would you be worried that you are not able to enjoy your perfect vacation because it's not perfect anymore? We might not have the time machine till then, but we have the science to change the future right now. So let me ask you, do you wish to change the future? Do you want the clean and green environment? Do you want to know how managing air quality can help us control the climate change? So let me tell you, you are at the right place. Since 2019, the India Clean Air Summit has been a platform for experts of diverse disciplines to come together and discuss the substantial issues, the challenges that we face on ground, and also discuss the solutions that are scientifically backed. The fourth edition of ICAS promises to be even bigger and better. This year, we are having a 4-day hybrid conference. Yesterday, we had the inaugural session where we heard from the Health Minister K. Sudhakar, MP from Tamil Nadu T. Sumati, Toyota country head and senior VP Mr. Vikram Gulati, two-time Grammy Award winner, musician and environmentalist Ricky Cage, and UC Davis ASIC representative Ms. Sandra Hall. Today, we all have gathered here to discuss the linkages of air pollution and climate change. I am sure the eminent speakers that we have will leave you rethinking the issue of air pollution and climate change with a new approach and enthusiasm. Now, I would like to start today's session. Theme for beginning the event couldn't have been better and more appropriate. Today, we will talk about the linkage between air pollution and climate change. We might try to deal with them in silos, but the truth is they are two sides of the same coin. Before starting the session, I regret to inform you that the Additional Chief Secretary, Javed Akhtar, KSPCB Chairman Sant Timaya, and Shri Vijay Mohan Raj, IFS Principal Secretary, Ecology and Environment Department, Government of Karnataka, will not be able to join us today because they had certain other meetings to attend. Our esteemed speakers will throw light upon today's theme in the following session. Before that, let me call upon Dr. Jai Asundi, Executive Director of CSTEP, to elaborate on the vision of ICAS 2022. Dr. Jai Asundi has mentored teams across areas spanning climate, energy, and urban development. He spearheaded the development of the establishment of AI for social impact as a sector and created the Center for Air Pollution Studies at CSTEP. I invite Dr. Jai to introduce CSTEP and the work we are doing. So. Okay. I would also like to call upon our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Srinivasulu, IFS Member Secretary, KSPCB. So he is from the 1997 IFS batch. He is currently serving as the Member Secretary of Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. His Indian Foreign Service began at the Nagaraholle National Park, and he went on to work in Bangalore, rural and Mysore, Kalaburgi, Koppalla, and Chitradurga districts. He brought in new measures which benefited the lives of the tigers during his tenure as the director of Tiger Project at Dandeli Kali Tiger Reserve. His contribution to the conservation of Western Ghats as Chief Conservator of Forest, Shivam Maga, is unique. Sir, please. Doctor. Okay. I would also like to call upon Dr. Pratima. And she needs no introduction. So let me call upon Dr. Jai.
Thank you, Ritika. A very warm welcome and good morning to everyone. Good morning. Yes, apologies for a slight delay. As many of you may know that facing a lot of traffic and of course some emergency situations, but that is life in India, and I think we know how to deal with that. So very quickly, I know some of you were here yesterday for the inaugural, but for most of you who weren't there, I would just like to say a few words to do two things. One is introduce CSTEP, and second, introduce a little about ICAS. We have, of course, eminent Shri Srinivasulu here with us, and he will be giving the keynote address. Very briefly, let me start with the purpose of CSTEP. CSTEP is a Center for Study of Science, Technology, and Policy. We have been working in the areas of energy, climate for the past 15 years. Very recently, we have taken on the challenge, and the challenge is of two proportions. One is on generating knowledge, and the second one is of making impact. In terms of making impact, we have decided to work on three major topics, and you will realize that all of these topics are very interrelated to each other. The first one is on clean energy, India's clean energy transition, looking at how we will make the transition from a fossil-based economy to a renewable energy-based economy. That's the first challenge that we have. We are working on a number of initiatives there, from improving DISCOM efficiency to using of solar panels for energy generation, and last but not the least, also working on how do we balance the grid in a very variable renewable energy scenario. The second big topic that we have taken on is the topic that we are here today is on India's clean air. How do we provide clean air for all? I think Pratima will give you a little bit of a brief on the kind of work that we are doing at CSTEP, so I will leave that aside. The last but not the least challenge that we have taken up is that what we call as a sustainable, secure future. How do we provide to our citizens and our residents a sustainable and secure future beyond 2030, beyond 2040, beyond 2050? As many of you have heard, the Honorable Prime Minister has made commitments to the international community on renewable energy. This is something that we are supposed to achieve by 2030, but we have also made a commitment that we will be net zero by 2070. What will that take? What would we need to do? What are the technologies and the processes or society that we will need in order to do that? These are some of the challenges that we will have to face. Many may say that 2070 is a long time away. I used to feel the same in the 1990s, that 2020 was a long time away, and here we are. So just to give you a sense, these are the broad areas we are working on. We are continuously working on making sure that we not only generate knowledge for the kind of work that needs to be done, but also trying to make the impact on ground. I will leave with one last aspect of our strategy, which is we have come to realize that, as they say, no man is an island. I think no think tank can work alone either. We have to be working with other entities, other individuals, and this is an important aspect of our approach. We call it the ecosystem approach. We are here to build that ecosystem, work with the ecosystem, and make sure that when we work with the ecosystem, we are able to make the impact that we would like to make. Over the coming 2 days, as you know, ICAS is in its 4th edition. We hope that we will build this ecosystem along with you to be able to not only generate knowledge, but also make the change that we would like to see in our environment. With that, once again, a very warm welcome to all of you, and thank you for being here and being part of this journey. Thank you very much. I'll just call upon Pratima to now give a short note on what we are doing at CSTEP in terms of air pollution. And go ahead.
Thank you, Jai. Good morning, everyone. Namaskara. So as Jai mentioned, this is the 4th edition of India Clean Air Summit, and the theme for this year is air pollution and climate linkages. We have been talking about air pollution a lot, and we have been considering air pollution issues in silos. But if we look at the long-term impact, we have to consider climate issues as well. We have to include other pollutants apart from PM, SOx, NOx. So we need to focus on other pollutants like carbon, methane emissions, black carbon, and that is where probably we think that long-term solutions, long-term strategies, considering climate as an overall problem will help to improve the air pollution situation in various cities of India as well. Many of you were not here for the inaugural session, so I'm just gonna quickly take you through what Center for Air Pollution Studies at CSTEP is currently doing. So Center for Air Pollution Studies at CSTEP focuses on 4 major verticals: measurement and monitoring, where we conduct various scientific studies like emission inventory, source apportionment studies. We carry out sensor-based studies, mobile monitoring, satellite-based studies to capture all the scientific data at different locations, at different cities and states, so that so that we can capture scientific data that can help the policymakers to frame policies and regulations. Second, we focus on modeling analysis. I think modeling is very important when you want to have projections, when you want to estimate emissions, of what the situation will be in future, and hence we use various tools for modeling, and we have in-house capacity for dispersion modeling, receptor modeling. Sorry, is anyone changing slides from there? Okay, so sorry. So yes, modeling is that we focus as our second vertical. Third is policy analysis. So all the data that we collect, all the modeling exercises that we do, we just don't want to restrict ourselves there, and take that into doing policy analysis, analyze our regulations, analyze our strategies, and help the policymakers with that. And this is very crucial because having technologies, having control measures in place, but to understand what would be the financial requirement for procuring the technology, how much impact that technology will have in reducing air pollution is really crucial to understand, because if we want our strategies to get implemented, we need to have an understanding of the infrastructural requirement, financial resources required, and the manpower required. And hence all these tools, techno-economic assessment tools, health impact assessments, is very important in understanding our strategies clearly. Recently, we have started the 4th vertical, capacity building and outreach. And we think that it is very important that when we generate scientific data, do all the analysis, we need to communicate that with the citizen groups. We need to take that analysis to the policymakers, and we need to work in collaboration with other teams also to take that understanding on how to take it forward in terms of making it understand to the citizen groups. And it is, I think, a responsibility of all of us here to ensure that whatever data has been generated and analysis that has been carried out is communicated in a simpler fashion, so that the people who are not from the technical background also understand the effect of air pollution that is causing on our health. So at Center for Air Pollution Studies, ICAS has been our national flagship event, and the vision of CAPS is to provide scientific high-quality policy advice for improving air quality in India and South Asian region. As of now, we have been working in India, but our vision is to take our understanding, our research work to other countries and learn from them also what best practices they are following. As I mentioned, we have been generating a lot of scientific data, and we have been, trying to come up with documents that focuses on best practices, the knowledge that we have accumulated, how to share it with other ecosystem members. Following out our collaborators with whom we have been working extensively since last 4-5 years, and they have helped us to build our capacity, understand the subject, and that is what we wish to do going forward. These are the stakeholders that we work very closely. In Karnataka, we are working closely with Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. They have been a very good supporter of us right from the inception on all the studies that we have carried out in Karnataka in the 4 cities. BBMP, we have recently signed an MOU as an institute of repute under the National Clean Air Program. Department of Environment, we have worked extensively in the state of Bihar, where we developed clean air action plans. And in Punjab also, we have recently started working a long-term project where we are developing state-level strategies for the state of Punjab. We are really thankful to our funders, Bloomberg, CIF, EDF, MacArthur Foundations, Shakti, and Google, who have helped us grow and build our capacity in the areas that we have been working now. For media partner for ICAS, Asa, thank you so much for being so supportive and helpful in spreading the word about ICAS. Our event partner, MTL, and digital partner, iBentos. So just to highlight that recently, as I mentioned, we are Institute of Repute under the National Clean Air Program, where we are helping the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board and BBMP understand the technical aspects of air pollution, and whatever studies we have done, how they can be used in refining the existing clean air action plans. We are the members of Air Pollution Measurement Consortium, Technical Air Resource Unit created by Department of Science and Technology, and also member of Air Quality Action Forum, an initiative by UNEP. So as I mentioned, we have been generating a lot of scientific data. In Bihar, we started working in 2018, and we developed 3 clean air action plans for Patna, Gaya, and Muzaffarpur, and that was first of its kind, a comprehensive clean air action plan. We put a lot of efforts in developing those clean air action plan. We did a lot of surveys, interacted with government officials, because just putting a list of control measures is not going to help improve air pollution. We need to understand what the governance structure is, what is the perception of the people on ground, how they understand air pollution. So we put in a lot of efforts to develop this clean air action plan, and it was taken up by the Pollution Control Board and the various departments for implementing the strategies. In Bangalore, we developed a very high resolution emission inventory at 1 by 1 kilometer grid. Here also we conducted around 32 locations. We carried out traffic signal monitoring using video cameras. We conducted several household surveys, and then petrol bunk surveys as well. And in a span of 6 months, we conducted around 8 or 9 meetings under the chairmanship of the principal secretary with various departments to understand, like, if we identify a technology or a control measure, how will the departments implement them? Do they have the resources? Do they have the infrastructure required? Do they have manpower? So understanding all these activities was very crucial for developing this emission inventory and the strategies that we have proposed in it. Same for the source apportionment study. We carried out sampling for 3 seasons, summer, winter, and monsoon. We collected over 3,000 plus samples in collaboration with Karnataka State Pollution Control Board, and all the analysis of metal ion molecular markers was done with support from Professor Hasan Tripathi at IIT Kanpur. The team was very helpful in making us understand how these pollutants are getting impacted on seasonal basis. Recently, we completed a satellite study where we focused on 4 cities, Kanpur, Delhi, Indore, and Bangalore, and we estimated PM 2.5 using the satellite data. This helped us to identify the hotspots in the city very clearly at a very high resolution. So these are some of the tools probably we can use, and I think we should use going forward for identifying the hotspots and the challenges in the city. We recently completed a mobile measurement study where we're using semi-reference grade instruments in a car and going around in city to understand again the pollution gradient of various pollutants. This also helps us to understand the hotspots very clearly. And these studies, the outputs that have come out from these studies have really helped us to understand which are the particular pinpoints in the city that needs to be targeted and what type of strategy needs to be developed. At CSTEP, we have an air laboratory where we have a reference grade monitor, which we use to understand the air quality level on daily basis. And also we use this instrument to calibrate the various low-cost sensors that we are operating. Recently, we came out with 2 reports, best practices on how to use low-cost sensors, and the performance assessment of around 7-8 sensors that we analyzed. Policy achievements, as I mentioned, that our Bihar study was really successful because the control measures were adopted by various departments and the Pollution Control Board. We were also part of the AQMC in Bihar. The outputs of the emission inventory and the source apportionment study has been taken up for refining the clean air action plan and developing the micro action plans. Way forward, as Jai already mentioned, that we need to have an ecosystem of like-minded people where we can come together, understand the challenges, and try to find solutions. And that is where we all need to come together and have an active platform on regular basis. We need to discuss and deliberate and understand the challenges, because air pollution is such a dynamic problem. Every now and then one problem gets added to the entire ecosystem. So that is very crucial to have such an ecosystem. Going forward, we would also want to develop an international forum where we understand what the best practices are carried out in other countries, how the governance structure is working, how they are considering the implementation plans, because we still, as someone said yesterday, that we still are young country facing all these challenges, and we need to definitely learn from other countries how they are performing. I also announced that we are going to start an executive course on air pollution that will target professionals, management people, policymakers, and students who can understand the dynamics of air pollution and how to tackle it, how to carry out modeling, how to carry out policy analysis. So in a couple of months, we will be floating another document which will, list down all the courses, the structure, and everything. And yes, I'm happy to share that yesterday we also launched a storybook named Milo the Clean Air Marshal. This is our first initiative towards creating awareness among the masses and help them understand in a very simple language what air pollution is, what are the activities that are causing air pollution, and how do we tackle it. A short glimpse of my team. We have brilliant team with versatile understanding, versatile capacity, and I'm really proud of my team at Center for Air Pollution Studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jai and Dr. Pratima, for setting the tone of the event and also for elaborating on how CSTEP is working hard towards the vision of clean air for all. Now, I would like to call upon our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Srinivasulu, IFS Member Secretary, KSPC. Sir, please take the stage.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Thank you, CSTEP, for organizing such a wonderful and timely initiative of sparing some time to discuss about an important issue like air pollution today. In fact, we all know that among various or different life support systems, air is the most important life support system. We need water, we need space, we need light, yes. But then, among all, if you just take out how much time a life can survive on this earth without that component, air will become number one. That, without air, life cannot survive on this earth, or cannot exist on this earth. So, air is such an important life support system. Now, second is we all witnessed a great event 2 years back where human behavior or human life is how insecure, and if its life is threatened, to what extent human beings can go to modify, change, or their behavior to simply exist on this earth, to survive on this earth. Can we imagine a situation where, did ever any of us imagined world can come to stand still if human life is threatened? Even we can watch in some movies here and there, but nobody ever thought idella story ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಸಿನಿಮಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಥೆಗಳಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ, but never ever anybody thought that life world can come to a standstill. And our generation witnessed it. And the reason is very simple. Something danger is in air. Something unseen is in air, okay, which is threatening our life. So it is a classic eye-opener, should have been eye-opener for us. And the people sitting here on these think tanks should take this spark forward to continue the momentum that nature has built itself for us. Okay? And bring out this concept that, or make people aware that if our life support systems are threatened, the danger is not, nature is not in danger. Life in general and human life in particular is in danger. Whatever we do is, who are you and me to say that protect earth? No, these are the terms we coin. Unfortunate. No, just think for a minute. Who are you and me or anybody on this earth to even utter this word? Okay, I am protecting earth. You are living in this earth. You are not protecting earth. By your actions, you will only see your extinct. Like how we see different life forms are getting extinct, one day human life also will become extinct by its own sheer behavior. So, sometimes when I am sitting with the big think tank scientists here and there, we talk a lot of things at a macro level, but the real reason at the grassroots, this is not a technological mishap. This is not an accident. The state we are today is purely because of our ignorance or behavioral practices that we do. Okay? So change in human behavior, change in human perception can simply give solution to all our problems. And we all know that human behavior is a very funny behavior. Okay? We might talk anything, we might say anything, but at the end of the day, when it comes only to you and your neighborhood or your family, then only you act. Otherwise, many of these things get ended up in literature, many things get ended up in discussions, recommendations here and there, but at the end of the day, action begins only when it is local. Okay, action begins only when he is threatened, either he or his family or his village or his locality is threatened by the macro parameters that we mention here and there. So I think when I was seeing those different verticals, yes, majority of the scientific equipments here and there we try to measure and then how bad we are, this kind of thing. But again, when inevitable is already, ಕಣ್ಣಿಂದ ಕಾಣೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಭೂತ್ ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತಾರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗಾದೆ ಇದೆ, ಕಣ್ಣಿಂದ ಕಾಣೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಭೂತ್ ಕನ್ನಡಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. See, when people on the ground are suffering from bronchitis, when you travel on the road, you have to exert, and your lungs has to operate maybe 2 to 2.5 times to actually breathe normal air. These are simple indications are that something is wrong. These 100, 200, 300, 400 are different numbers that we, air quality index, these different numbers that we publish here and there. But then at the end of the day, when something is very clear, make it obvious. And common man actually to a large extent do not understand these terms. Bangalore air quality is 90, Delhi air quality is 400, wow. Man on the street, no. You tell him that only when he realizes, oh, he is coughing, he is feeling discomfort. So, when action begins, I think we should catch on this human behavior and local solutions to make people understand, especially the policymakers, planners, implementers, here and there, that by this action, this is the benefit that you get. Human race is one of the most selfish race. We act only when I find it is beneficial to me. Either it could be individual, or it could be family, or it could be city, whatever it is. Only when he finds it is beneficial, then he will act. So, we need to shift a narrative bit away from scientific terminology to local actionable points. Ab dekho, I think, air pollution, yes. Unfortunately, if it is a water pollution, it's visible. You can see that sewage, gandagi, smell kind of a thing. But air pollution, to a large extent, it's invisible. Many times when we go to some industries, they keep telling, sir, ratri eno hoge bantu, sir, belagge nodidre yenu illa, sir, chanagide. A hoge yello aito yarigu gottilla iga. Okay. So people forget. Maybe that is why, Air Act, air initiatives have appeared later on the arena of waste management. But then we have a very good opportunity with this NCAP program and Honorable Prime Minister taking this initiative from Red Fort. And this NCAP program, if we really take in real spirit, make it into different actionable points for all kinds of things. See, this study will tell, okay, PM 2.5 traffic is the major problem, yes. PM 10, road dust is the major problem. Greenhouse gas, sewage is the most problem. We know it, but then try to put it in to BBMP or urban local bodies, that by which action the component that we know what benefit we get and in parameter terms, but then how people are get benefited. See, sometimes environmentalists, for example, now, the other day I was discussing somewhere here, to provide drinking water to Bangalore, we want to put a barrage near Mekedatu. Okay, fine. Now, when you put a barrage at Mekedatu, again you have to pump water from Mekedatu to Bangalore, right? You can't go and drink there. It has to be pumped back. Now, what are you going to collect there? You are going to collect Bangalore sewage. You put a barrage, collect sewage, pump sewage back to Bangalore, and treat before you drink, right? Now, to treat and drink, why do you want to put a barrage in Mekedatu? It is already available in Bangalore. It is already available in Bangalore. No, strengthen your STPs, strengthen your UGD, strengthen your collection, strengthen your whatever action you do. Okay, interception, diversion, treat water. Maybe it says around 2 to 2.5 crore per MLD. So spend around 2,000 crore, you get 1,000 million liters of potable water in 900 meters elevation. Why do you want to put a barrage there? Now, if we go to argue with policymakers that by putting a barrage there, 2,000 hectares of forest is going submerged, so don't put there, nobody will take you very seriously. nobody will take you very seriously. अरे यार मतलब 2-3 पेड़ पौधे बचाने के लिए तुम बैरेज नहीं बनाना बोल रहे हो. You are opposing barrage because you are worried about submergence of some 1,000 hectares forest or some trees. Nah. Okay. So give common man's language is not English language. Common man's language is his whole vocabulary is different. His understanding is different. And we in a democratic setup, okay, will see results unless otherwise we are able to communicate with the last person in his language, in his terms of references. And only when we are able to make him understand that by this action he will be benefited, then only these things will get into actionable points. Okay, and it is high time that we get into these actionable points and then see the results. Okay, seawage is one part, and then we talk of PM10 here and there, but then we know road dust, C&D dust is the major reason for. Now we know the cause, but then this cause don't go and tell him PM210 and other things. By him, even you go into in roads here and there. See, I'll tell you, I think people like 25 years back when radio started, something started there called as weather report. Male barutte, naale male barutte, naale bislirutte. Why did they start telling? For whom they were telling? They were telling for farmers. They were telling for agriculturists. Okay, weather report is actually to help farmers to plan his activities in advance. Today, I think we should be telling not just weather report. We should be telling pollution parameters report. That air in Hebbal is worse than air in Jayanagar. Air quality here is XYZ, and then air quality there is. Bangalore air is better than Delhi air. This kind of message will instigate people that, why only Bangalore and luckily Bangalore people are very aspirational people. I think they want to be the, yes. And you start telling, you are worse than Indore. You keep telling this. Keep telling this. Your lakes are much worse than Hyderabad. Hebbal Lake is worse than, what is that lake in Hyderabad? Hussain Sagar Lake. Keep telling this. It may be fact, but put it in that context. So Bangalore people, when you kindle them with this kind of things, you don't think that you are the number one citizen in the country. You are somewhere else. That will instigate. That will kindle Bangalorean to convert these into actionable points and then act. Otherwise, sometimes unfortunately, for many of our ecological problems, we get engineering solutions. Our country is run by engineers, and they get engineering solutions. Unless otherwise we speak ecological solutions, engineering solutions will prevail over. Today, we are trying to bring water from Ettinahole, 250 kilometers, okay, 200 meters down, so diverting water. We want to spend 12,000 crores to get 14 TMC water for 270 kilometers, whereas just by spending 2,500 crores, you could have treated 1,000 MLD million liters per day sewage in Bangalore at an altitude of 900 meters, and then you have supplied to all your area districts. Change the narrative. Don't simply oppose some projects on environmental grounds or gida mardu satogote, mara satogote kind of a thing. No. Okay, everything has a shelf life. Unfortunately, human life is so centric on human that it should be live human examples. Only then people will accept, appreciate kind of a thing. Otherwise, many times these technological things, common man will not be able to appreciate. Like this, we can go on. We can get so many examples. Okay, I was just talking to some MS Ramaya IT students. Then I was telling small story and then we'll close. That human behavior is such that, for example, I think now gorilla life is threatened. Gorilla is a now endangered species. Imagine a situation where all gorillas on this earth are extinct, and unfortunately or luckily one gorilla is left. And because there is only one gorilla, whole human race wants to save it. And then they felt that, oh, if it is in forest, it's in danger. I think we should nurture it. So they will capture it, bring it in a zoo, and then every day they are feeding it. And when chimpanzee or gorilla is there, I think a lot of people are coming and watching it. So zoo revenues have really gone up. And now it's a very win-win situation. Animal is in safe and your revenues are up. Very nice situation. Unfortunately, one day what happened? A small boy who was watching that gorilla accidentally fell into the gorilla cage. Okay. And gorilla is a wild animal. So wild instinct, what does it do? It will come and threaten that boy, to attack that boy. Now, what does the zoo management will do? Okay, now they had two choices. Either it can spare a boy or spare a gorilla. Okay, what do you think zoo management will do? It will watch for one gorilla, or it will watch for 1/8 billion human beings. Judgment is obvious. Okay, zoo management will kill that gorilla for the boy. Okay, so we might say anything and everything. At the end of the day, we are so selfish. Okay, we are so self-centered life on this earth. So even solutions that we give to common man should be self-centered. ಇದರಿಂದ ನಿನಗೆ ಈ ಲಾಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಿನಗೆ ಆ ಲಾಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಿನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಲಾಭ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, kind of a thing. Okay, that kind of solutions only will be received by people, and also it will be received by public representatives. If you tell that by this activity you will be benefited, then in their head they will tell, oh, idu madodrinda I'll get public support. That kind of narratives we need to build in ecological domain. Okay, I think that is the need of the hour, and I think these kind of workshops will if they should mold the think tank in this sector to bring down narratives, bring down stories, okay, bring down messaging that are local, which can influence the locals in particular, and then all these scientific technology, scientific inputs, inventions, discovery, and then research that we do will get into actionable points. Okay, and I am sure, I think the CSTEP effort will go in that direction, and we are in that direction, in the right direction. Thank you for giving me some opportunity to share few thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your words. And we at CSTEP cannot agree more when you said that air is the most life support system on the planet. And yes, we need to focus on human behavior, as you said. So the human behavior is really very funny. So now I would ask you to have a tea break of 10 minutes and to honor sir with our gift. Now we'll have a tea break for 10 minutes. I would request you to please bring your tea or coffee to the hall. And we will start the first session at 11:40. That's right? 11:40. Yeah, 11:40. Okay, thank you. Welcome all. I hope you are now refreshed. And I just have an announcement to make. So we have exhibition in a nearby hall where you'll find the air pollution devices and instruments by our sponsors. So please find time and just have a look there. So now we proceed with the first session of the day, in which we will talk about the role of low emission technologies in addressing air pollution and climate change. The session will be chaired by Ms. Vinita Gopal, and I would like to now call upon the chair of the session, Ms. Vinita Gopal, as well as the panel members, Mr. Ajay Shirohi, Ms. Ulka Kelkar, Dr. K.V. George, and Dr. Parth Sarthi Mahapatra. Uh, can you all please come on the stage? So I would like to introduce our chair of the session. So Ms. Vinuta is the founder and CEO of ASAR Social Impact Advisors, a consulting group that builds collaborative network for impact on climate and related issues. ASAR currently coordinates clean air collectives at the national and state levels. Ms. Vinuta has 2 decades of experience in campaigning and engagement on various environmental and justice issues in the country. I would request the chairperson to introduce the panel members and take this session forward. So you'll have 45 minutes for the discussion and 15 minutes for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I realize some people are probably still finishing their cups of coffee or tea. And so I guess as they walk in, we will finish introducing the rest of the panel today and set up and hopefully create a good session to build on, I think, what we've heard both in the inaugural session yesterday as well as today. So while I think we have a mix, a nice mix of sort of perspectives and viewpoints in this panel, from industry to scientists, policy, and as well as sort of a technical perspective on how to make the solutions for air pollution work. I think something we've heard yesterday and today was also that how important it is to sort of communicate all of these solutions to these different stakeholders to make all of it come together. So hoping that this morning, the conversation that we have is not only about addressing the sort of the thing given to our session, which is the energy fix, the role of low emission technologies in addressing air pollution and climate change, but also look beyond sort of the technology into the motivations and the sort of challenges in making this actually happen. So maybe without spending more time, I'd like to introduce the rest of this very eminent and extremely experienced panel that we have to set us off on the first day of this conference organized by CSTEP. So on my left, I have Mr. Jai Asundi, Chief Development Officer, Toray Industries, India. Mr. Sirohi has many, many decades of experience across different industry, from pharmaceuticals, aerospace, computer hardware. So I think he brings sort of a multi-industry perspective to the issue we're going to discuss today. We have Ulka Kelkar, who's Director of Climate in WRI India. She has, again, many years of experience in climate policy, many decades of experience in climate policy. She's an economist, has worked with the ADB, and also looks at the economic implications of this shift from a fossil fuel dependent energy pathway to a low emission or low carbon emission pathway. And then we have Dr. K.V. George, who's a senior principal scientist and head of the Air Pollution Control Division at CSIR NERI. Again, many decades of experience in this field. He's currently the chief scientist, and so I think his perspectives are also going to be really important in how the scientific community is actually addressing this and also making those bridges between policy and industry to make the action happen. And finally, Dr. Parth Sarathi Mahopatra, technical advisor at GIZ, who again has many years of experience working on the technical side of bridging science and policy and actually making sort of working closely with government to see how that can function. He also has experience working in hilly regions, so we're also going to look at some of the solutions that they have looked at in addressing black carbon pollution. So now maybe I will sort of first start asking you, Mr. Ajay. You know, there is, yesterday again, you know, we heard in the inaugural session, and today Mr. Srinivasulu sort of put it really well, which is that, yes, we understand that, you know, this change has to happen. And yet, you know, it's very hard to make ourselves implement these actions that we know are necessary. So yes, low emission technologies are available to industry, but yet industry, I mean, what is it going to take for industry to sort of take on the responsibility of actually making these low technologies work?
Thanks for having me, and ICAS for putting this together. Good morning to everybody. Name's Jai Asundi. The question is, what is industry doing to incorporate and use low-cost technologies for controlling emissions? I think industry is already doing a fair bit across the globe. If you look at North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific, in several different ways. So let me start at the top. Most companies all have strategic plans for 3 years or 5 years, and I work for a Japanese company, so we have strategic plans longer than 10 years, going even up to 30 years. So I'll talk about an American perspective and an Indian-Japanese perspective as well, because they're different. So for a company which I represent, and I've worked for 12 years in India's Toray, it's like the DuPont of Japan. It's a maker of advanced raw materials. We don't make finished products, so you will not see Toray anywhere as you consume, though if you buy Cooltech and Heattech clothes from Uniqlo, those are typically made by Toray. So Toray has a sustainability vision for year 2050, by which we wish to have zero net emissions by 2030, each business unit, each plant, each organization has to demonstrably decrease water consumption, energy consumption, maximize throughput yield. That means you don't have waste in your process. And we also want to gear our technological portfolio towards lighter weight products. So Toray makes carbon fiber and is #1 in the world in carbon fiber. So if you look at Boeing 787, it flies with only 2 engines. It can fly for 16 hours. Is the most cost-effective and fuel-effective aircraft in the world. You take the same carbon fiber and it's used to power the windmills with which we generate wind energy. So that carbon fiber is coming from Toray as well for windmill blades which are larger than 30 meters in size. Toray is also #1 in water treatment. We have a full line of reverse osmosis membranes and desalination modules. Those candles in Kentaro and other things are an example of RO membranes. So that gives you pure or close to pure water. In India, we've launched a new business for air filters, and these are for cabin of cars. You may be aware, or you may not be aware, and that may be a learning for you today. When you start a car, please roll down the windows for a couple of minutes. Cars and homes emit VOCs from products in the home and products in the car. And so the car cabin captures and neutralizes a lot of the 10 and 2.5 ppms, as well as formaldehyde and benzene and other VOCs. So this is the first time in India somebody's making air filters for cars, HVAC units. You will see split-level air conditioners which are coming in with air filters in them. I think air is extremely important, and if you can afford it, you must think about air purifiers in your own homes. Looking further ahead, we have a green innovation business where Toray is big in chemicals, textiles, fibers, and the Japanese team in last year's Olympics was wearing Toray-made recycled gear or wear. So I think we want to reuse, recycle, and repurpose as many things as possible. And I think we are very diligent about it. Talking about my experience with IBM and Honeywell in US and in India and Europe, somebody said yesterday that a study was done where they found that Western multinational companies did not adhere to local standards, and whereas they adhere to them in their headquarters nationalities or whatnot. I beg to differ from that because I've worked with 4 companies, and we use health, safety, environmental standards, HSE or SHE, whatever you want to call them, globally. So even if there's a country of operation where the regime is lax or has lower thresholds, we want to have the best we can, also because of lawsuits and also because it's the right thing to do. So I had a few pointers about low-cost solutions for India, and it'll just take me 30 seconds and I'll wrap up my comment. So we should try to regulate solar cells on rooftops for all large residential, commercial, and industrial buildings. All the solutions are there. The economics work. So it's just a question of will by people and builders and by the country. So I think maybe we should be able to do that because solar energy in India is abundant and we are hardly utilizing it. So that's very low-hanging fruit. Number 2, let's ensure all buildings meet and exceed LEED Silver standards. I think in India, the awareness of LEED is just coming in the last few years. I know that my condo in Seattle is a LEED certified building from 2010. The reason I'm sharing this with you is that my electric bill in the winters is only $20, which is essentially connection charge because it's so well insulated and so well planned that I don't need heat. Only in the summers when the temperature is 85, 90 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 30 Celsius, do you need air conditioning for a few hours. So if we had more builders going in for LEED, silver, gold, or platinum, automatically your energy footprint decreases. 3, let's ensure large commercial residential units have common HVAC. If you look at our country, everybody's got an window mount air conditioner. Some people have split mount. So if you have a building with an apartment complex with 1,000 flats, chances are you probably have 5,000 window or split level ACs. Imagine the energy they consume and imagine how inefficient they may be because people don't maintain them well, perhaps. So if we had HVAC units on top of the towers and it was included in the maintenance, it would be much cheaper for the environment, for the people, and so on and so forth. So we should really think about common HVAC systems. Let's incorporate insulation reflective pigments in construction and road building materials to prevent absorption of solar rays by surfaces. So I think titanium dioxide is not very expensive. We can look at that for sure. Another low-cost solution is that India's got a lot of thermal plants. I think we've got maybe 150 to 200 of which 100 are operational. I don't know the exact numbers, but you can check them. But all of them need to have scrubbers so that NOx and SOx by or flue gases are neutralized and the emissions are much smaller. So again, conserve, reuse, recycle, repurpose. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, and we'll come back to you to ask you that question again on motivations, because I think that while we, like you pointed out, there are lots of solutions that exist for us to move, and yet we are somehow unable to actually act on them. And you're absolutely right that many of them are low-hanging fruit, where the economics, as well as the technology is ready for scale, and yet, you know, we're still trying to make those work. So what keeps us back is a question I'll come back to you on. But now I'd like to go over to Ulka and ask sort of the other side of the question, which is that, you know, for us to go down the low emission technology pathway, and we know it has multiple benefits. Yesterday, for example, Dr. Sudhakar spoke of the health implications of air pollution. And yet, even when we have, say, fairly stringent action on air pollution, oftentimes it's the poor who are affected most, whether we ban construction when, you know, you have severe air pollution. It's the migrant workers who lose their jobs. And so how does India also meet, I mean, while India can definitely grow in a new pathway, at the same time, the new pathway has challenges. So how does India look at that in terms of, you know, addressing the challenges of the social implications of this low emission pathway?
Vinuta, that's a very broad, very all-encompassing question. So I'll try to make it, you know, break it up a little bit. Maybe in my first set of remarks, I'll focus a little bit more on the economic logic of it, and then maybe we can come back and discuss more on the social, you know, just to keep the panel moving. So just wanted to ask a question to the audience. Do you know, like right now, India's CO2 emissions, carbon dioxide emissions, are about 2.5 billion tons per year, roughly. Do you know in 30 years, by 2050, how much that will become, or is projected to become? Do you know, is it supposed to be the same? Is it supposed to double? Or is it likely to become 10 times as much? Any guesses? Exponential 10 times. I think a lot of pessimists in the audience. It's not that bad, it's double. So, and it's what's called a business as usual scenario by modelers like those at CSTEP, my organization. It's not a do-nothing scenario. It takes into account the fact that technologies come, technologies become cheaper, people's behaviors change, renewable energy policies come into place and become cheaper, all of this, right? So it's not a do-nothing scenario, but we still find that India's CO2 emissions per year are supposed to become roughly 2.5 times. Now, what about air pollution? We're hearing a lot about, you know, climate and air pollution, addressing it together. Is air pollution expected, whether you talk about black carbon or SOx or particulate matter 2.5 or 10, do you think it's going to stay the same by 2050, double, or 10 times, or exponential? What do you think? Just take a wild guess. Huh? No guesses. Everybody's exponent. No, it's about double. It's 1.5 to 2.5 times, depending on which pollutant you talk about. So first of all, it helps to grasp the problem, the scale of the challenge. And it's very interesting how interlinked the two are. The long-lived greenhouse gas emissions that people like me work on, the short-lived climate pollutants that are both air pollution, like tropospheric ozone, black carbon, the soot that comes from indoor air cooking, and the pure air pollutants, which don't have a long-term climate effect. But they all really go hand in hand. And we developed a scenario which looked at, you've all heard India just announced that it will submit its NDC, its second NDC. That announcement was just made last week. The Prime Minister had announced these targets at Glasgow for 2030 and 2070. And we find that if we do achieve those targets, then compared to where we would be in the business as usual trajectory in 2050, we can reduce emissions of CO2, SOx, particulate PM10, all of these by 70% compared to where it would be. So it won't be zero, but it will be a significant reduction compared to if we continue on present trends. And why is this happening? This is happening because there's a lot of renewable energy that we are planning to achieve. We are planning that by 2030, 60% of our, 50 to 60% of our electricity might start coming from renewables. This is what the models show, even though the international commitments may not promise that. But actually, it needs to go even beyond that. However, if we translate these pollution reductions into social and economic effects, we find that 80 lakh premature deaths can be avoided. 80 lakh people cumulatively between now and 2050 because of risk of cardiovascular, respiratory, asthma, all of that. Now, how do you put a value to a human life, right? As you rightly said, perhaps the poor who are the most directly exposed, when we put a value to the human life, it's perhaps not taken into account, taken as seriously. When it's people like us who can anyway protect ourselves with air filters and air conditioners, it gets taken more seriously. But I just want to point out what are those actions that will lead to the saving of this or the prevention of these 80 lakh premature deaths. Some of them are very, very normal, very available technologies, things that we are already putting into place. So conventional fuel standards in transport, exactly what we have ongoing, various schemes. That's one. Another would be building component electrification of the sort that Ajay spoke about. And this is important not just for lighting and air conditioning and insulation, but for cooking, for the sort of the direct impact on women particularly, or children who are in the household, if you could electrify that. Third, industrial energy efficiency. Again, the sort of things that Ajay spoke about. These are things that pay for themselves. It just makes economic sense and can happen. However, if you go beyond these short-term technologies that are in hand and start looking at what are the deeper emission cuts that are required, where will they come from? They start coming from things that are expensive and hard and politically, at the moment, difficult. The first is what Ajay already hinted at, the premature or the early retirement of coal power plants. That is something which will have to go hand in hand with the scaling up of renewable energy. The more faster you can accelerate that, the faster you can think about phasing down your coal power plants. The other big lever is electrification and hydrogen. So again, a major transformative sort of policy or technology in Indian industry, where polluting industries like steel, cement, and others will have to electrify everything. But then there are processes which rely on high heat. They can't be electrified. So there is a need to think of alternative technologies, to think of the circular economy, which reduces the need for materials, and to basically bring in this big push for green hydrogen. And the third big one is not a technology, though we're supposed to talk about technologies, but is putting a price on carbon. It could be in the form of a carbon tax, or it could be, as the government of India has just pushed through in its Energy Conservation Bill amendment, a carbon trading system. That too, when you trade, it reveals a price, a value for carbon. And that's something that is politically, even for industries, it might not be something very easy. There may be discomfort initially. But we have experience with energy trading. We can certainly build our capacity for carbon trading also. So just to kind of tie all of this together, I think what we find through our quantitative estimates is that there are tremendous savings in terms of the fuel imports, in terms of just fuel use. But the problem is that these savings take 30 years to accrue. Those debts that I spoke about, the premature debts avoided, that is cumulative over 30 years. But the costs of installing a hydrogen production plant or the cost of electrifying a building, that is today. So that's really the mismatch where somehow we have to shift both in our political calculus as well as the private corporate calculations, a shift from looking only at costs and benefits today as opposed to over time. And even though I said that many of these things pay for themselves and so people should just do it, they cover the cost, for MSMEs in particular, the micro, small, and medium enterprises, there's a big gap in terms of adopting things that may make sense, but they just don't have the time, the money, or the capacity to access finance that may already be available. So these are, I think, some of the factors that are the gap between the possibility and what is actually achievable.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ulka. That's both extremely positive and hopeful sort of message that you've left us all with. And I think somebody who's going to actually applaud you for giving us that sort of hopeful message today. While we'll come back to you on the challenges again in the second round, but I think sort of breaking it down into this sort of, you said, putting perspective on what it is that we're actually aiming to do, both on the air pollution emission side as well as climate, is definitely a really good place to segue into what Dr. K.V. George has. And sir, I believe you have a presentation to take us through, so over to you, sir.
This one. Yeah. Good morning to you all. And first, I should start by saying thanks, CSTEP, for inviting me, because this is a forum where I interact with fraternity, which is having a thinking of top to bottom approach, whereas CSIR NEERI is working on some basics of the science, environmental engineering. So there is a need to bridge the gap. And that I'll try to do. Yes. Yeah. Today morning, Shri Srinivasulu sir mentioned about one point which is very exciting, that helped me solve some of my gray area, whether the solution should be engineering or ecological. So there are certain solutions, not solutions, certain attempts, engineering attempts, which I don't say fail, but do not yield the desired results. And then we just bury it under the carpet. But the thing is, that gives us an opportunity to look into the facts where we are going wrong, how we think. So I was asked to speak on a few issues, indigenous technologies, emission technologies that we have implemented, how India can adapt towards clean energy. Now, there are two issues. One is technology aspect, and second is management aspect. When our technology exhausts, we have failed to go ahead with any technology to reduce air pollution, we may go for some management option, air quality management option, wherein we try to reduce the exposure. So we have done a lot of experiments. Now, in the case of air quality studies, one thing we need to realize is, unlike water environment or solid waste land environment, we cannot simulate things in the lab. We have to do experiment in the field, which is a very costly exercise. So there are certain episodes, incidences, or politically taken some decisions that has helped us give some idea or data that we analyzed and come out with some of this answer to questions. Suppose if a researcher wants to
say that in Bangalore we want to have odd-even experiment, it's not possible. But if the Chief Minister says, yes, it will happen. So during lockdown period, we have data, we analyzed and found there are certain results which is very interesting, exciting, new. Then odd-even experiment of Delhi, it was initiated by Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi. It was criticized by the political fraternity, some media, but what is the outcome of that experiment that I'll share. Then a few technological solutions which were implemented, but what it can be, let us see. This was the lockdown experiments result. You can see this is for Nagpur city, nothing big in it. PM levels have come down, PM 2 level have come down during lockdown. But you see, when I compile all the values, the ozone level has not come down. So this experiment we cannot conduct by our desire or in any PhD program. This is a opportunity where analyze the data. We found that ozone level has gone up. And I did it for several cities. I found for most of the cities, ozone level has gone up. This is simple, this is the diurnal variation. You can clearly see that ozone level during lockdown is up. The reason vehicles are not on road, the emission of nitrogen oxide is reduced, so conversion is missing. This is the simple chemistry. So this is well validated. Suppose if ozone level goes up during some period, it need not be blamed on some source. Rather, it is absence of some source. The odd-even experiment, which was actually criticized very badly, but this forced me to take some, going deeper into the aspects of Delhi study. So you can see this red line is the odd-even day. Rest two curves are prior 15 days and later 15 days. So during odd-even days, the concentration is high, whereas those days, we can say at least 40% vehicles have come down. So why it happened? This is for PM10, PM 2.5, everywhere it was the scenario. Then I peeped into the basics of meteorology, Delhi city. You can see this is the looping phenomena, the mixing height phenomena. This is fanning phenomena, this is inversion condition. So what happens to Delhi during this period? I took some photographs, early morning photograph, how it goes. You can see daytime, summer, not summer, daytime, sunny weather when the plume rushes out. So mixing is available. So for any city, if we go and do the analysis in this way, we can understand what are the periods which are safe for us, not safe for us. So for Delhi, we did it for a month of, this was some particular month. You can see during daytime, there is sufficient window available for ventilation. Now, when we do any technology intervention, which I will show in subsequent slides, whether it works or not, we'll see. This is for all the 12 months, 6 months, then 6 months, you can see the lower, for the month of, you can say December, the mixing height has really come down, whereas if you go to, say, July or June, you can see the mixing height is very high. So this graph shows the critical months when the pollutant concentration can be very high. In terms of percentage, you can see compared to June, January is having mixing height hardly 20%. This is what is the finding. Here again, in December, it's very low. Then ventilation, mixing height and wind speed multiplication, you can see the same thing here. Compared to June, the January ventilation is very low. So there is a dispute between Punjab, Haryana and Delhi. And then technologies are intervened. Now what is happening here? The January ventilation is very low compared to June. So it may happen that stubble burning may or may not. I won't comment on that. So this is the scenario, ventilation. This is for the whole year. Again, very low ventilation, compare it. If ventilation is high during daytime, there is an opportunity for pollutants to get relieved. So next day or the accumulation is low. You can see the polar plot. Most of the pollutants are coming from the same direction. Then, this is the calendar. You can see the critical months. January, here, October, November, December, concentration is very high, exceeding 400. Though, in other months also, the situation is not good. Now, with this scenario, can we arrive at a conclusion? Yes, there is no substitute of some electrical mobility. So this is for Delhi scenario. Even for small cities, you may ignore in the beginning, but for large cities having large geographical extent, this is the option left. Yeah, sure. Then these are some of the options, which is engineering interventions. Okay, just now it was mentioned, painting by titanium dioxide, etc. This is the tower. Now here I give a very simple simulation. If you want to mix sugar in a tea bowl, the energy invested is very small. But if you go to this level, the energy input is very high. When you do filtration, this is inverse of mixing. So if filtration is inverse of mixing, then you need to be very careful what you are doing. Are you putting that much of energy for filtering the ambient air? If not, you will not be successful. In Delhi, we have 2 towers. Bangalore have 1 tower. Noida have 1 tower for cleaning anti-smoke towers. This will not be successful. I'm not discouraging anyone, but these are the experiments which help us realize, no, these solutions may not work. This is one of the, 3 years ago when I came, I gave this presentation. This slide I still retain. FGD, just now Mr. Sirohi mentioned, coal plants should have FGDs. This is a typical case. I use it because there is a CAMS station. This is actually the coal mines area of Singrauli. Northern Coalfields Limited, a power plant of 4,760 megawatts. It's a big plant. You see the concentration, particulate matter is very high, SO2 is very low. You can see the correlation of SOx, NOx, very well means the common source. SO2 level is very low. If it is so, what we are supposed to do is, we need to monitor SO4, sulfate particles, instead of going in for immediately FGD. We need to go from basics and then take a decision what exactly we need. This is all what I want to mention. The last point about energy shift. So can we think of transporting energy through methanol route? So this is all what I wanted to say. Any question, please?
Thank you so much, sir. I've been told that we have only 10 minutes, I think, left as a panel. So I'm going to hand over to you. I think one of the takeaways clearly was that, like you said, the lockdown gave us a kind of a real-life experiment, which otherwise at scale one would have never been able to conduct. And also glad that you did raise, I think, questions. Hopefully there's time for discussion around the scrubbers, the point that you raised around scrubbers as well as smoke towers. Yeah, I hand over to you now, Dr. Parthasarathy, to speak about your experience, I think both in getting technology to work closely with implementation, working closely with government, as well as your experience in Nepal.
Thank you, Vinta. So just talking about the experience in Nepal, I think it's a very unique audience here. And I don't know how much you can relate with it, but I definitely do, because it's kind of a second home for me, and I spent like around 6 years in that country. So Nepal is basically a landlocked small country between 2 mega countries, like China and India. So any policy or any intervention that they have to do, they have to think like maybe 100 times more than what we do to implement something. So in that case, how and what they have done to reduce their, I won't say black carbon emissions directly, but yes, they have taken steps for particulate emissions. So in which definitely black carbon is one of the parts. So one of the important strategies which they have taken, and I admire that, they have an indoor air quality standard, which is largely missing in many other places. That means they realize that this is a problem that they have to tackle. At least they realize it. And that's very important. If we take emissions of, say, India also, say 50% would be coming from rural sectors, right? So in that case, once they have a standard, they will definitely work on it. And they are, doing work in progress. So in those terms, say, what kind of policies they have done. A little bit on that aspect. they have taken up very diverse mode of policies. So because they are a country where there are a lot of rivers present or a lot of hilly regions, so they can trap hydro energy, which they have been doing also. And they have been doing good, that now they are surplus with electric energy. So what steps they have done? In the recent policy, they are distributing cook stove, induction cook stoves to every family free of cost. You take it up, so then you'll definitely use it, okay? That is one step that they have done, and yes, we'll see, like maybe it will be successful or how far it will go, what benefits it will get, but at least they are trying their best. Similarly, like we have these CGO complexes in India. So there is a central government complex in Nepal that is called Singha Darbar. So in that, what they have done is, it will be completely electrified. All the gases and everything will be removed from those places so that it can go electric. That is one step that they have done. Then in terms of definitely vehicle policies, it is an important aspect. So what they have done is, like, they're planning to do by 2030, at least 25% of the vehicular fleet has to go electric. That's what their plan is. And then with respect to utility vehicles, they're demanding that utility vehicles go electric immediately, as soon as possible. So these are some kind of interventions that they have done at a policy level, that is, taking up or trying to go on a cleaner pathway. Now coming down to quickly to Indian scenario and what government can do more, to implement or to take away cleaner fuel or penetration of cleaner fuel. One very bright example that we had seen was Ujjwala Yojana. Yes, I will not debate that there are challenges to it and there are controversies for it. But yes, there was penetration of Ujjwala Yojana, and yes, there was some improvement and a lot of improvement, I would say, in emission reduction with that. Now, what are the challenges associated with it is a part of a behavioral change aspect, which has to be studied side by side with the technological aspect. That only implementing a technology won't provide a solution unless and until we see the behavior. Okay. So I definitely want to travel back. Am I ready to travel back by a cycle? I would say Nagpur is a very hot city. I'll get sweaty by the time I reach an office. I'm not ready to travel by a cycle, right? So it is a strong behavioral change that also has to come in. So that's why while we are looking forward for clean cook stove adoption, we have to see in which country, which state, what kind of behavioral change has to be done. So that in Odisha, if it is a very rich biomass fuel country, and there if we tell everyone to close it down and go for procuring or buying LPG, it would be tough. So those kinds of studies have to be done and then implemented. At the same time, we are also doing, a lot of taking up strategies where electric mobility and all we are talking about. But then for that, we need a lot of infrastructural development. Because say, we, at every 500 meters, we can find a petrol tank today. But if we want to go electric, say my battery finishes in next half an hour, where is the next filling station or where is the next battery exchange station? That is something we have to think. So definitely it is a way ahead step that we have to take. We have to go electric and do stuff. But yes, side by side, we have to develop that infrastructure along with, so that we can increase e-mobility. At the same time, change the perception of people. Because unless and until people see the benefit for themselves, as rightly said from all the speakers, that we are very centric to ourselves. So unless and until we see the benefit for ourselves, where it is and how quickly we can get, so it's difficult to go there. So that these are some challenges policy-wise that I will tell. Maybe I'll keep the last part to the end. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much for giving us sort of an implementation perspective from the ground, and also addressing indoor air pollution, especially one that is a significant problem in this, a challenge that India faces in terms of cooking fuels shifting, and the behavioral patterns that need to change to also enable implementation. Maybe we just have 5 minutes, so I'm going to go across to each one of you and ask you if in a minute or 2 minutes you want to give this conference something to really think about, or to talk about when we're talking about this role of low emission technologies in addressing both air pollution and climate change. If you want to leave this group with some thoughts, what would that be, and if each of you took a minute to do that?
Not 1 or 2 minutes, just one line, and that is, whenever some technology is implemented from the top, change in fuel or just now Parth said about behavioral changes. I did extensive studies on the cook stove issues in rural area. I went there along with my camera and talked to people whom we have earlier supplied cook stoves. What they say is their cook stove is well maintained and kept in one corner somewhere inside their room. They don't use it. So when we implement anything, we need to have some basic studies considering Indian economic system. Is it going to be welcomed by them or not? Is it applicable or not? For most of the people, this cook stove issue, they says, yeah, it's a gift from government, we have kept it safely. They want to show it to us and say, if you have something more, something different, please give it to us. They do not want to shift from wood to any other, the typical chula, what they have, chula and ula, they don't want to shift. There, we cannot trust our technology. So what I want to say, one or two line is that we need to go deeper into the rural sector or low economic group where this low emission is there, and do that analysis also, and then take a decision for manufacturing a car or a costlier ends. Yes, we may go for something costly options, which will be welcomed by those who can afford it. But when we try to implement it for a lower segment, we have to be a little cautious and do some ground level analysis. That's my submission. Thank you.
A couple of thoughts just to reinforce the theme of this conference, which is addressing climate change and air pollution together. I think one of the studies that was done showed that because of pollution, the solar output can fall by as much as 40% in North India. So the same technologies that we are looking at for solving this problem are themselves at risk because of air pollution. And the second example I wanted to give was, you can't buy your way out of these issues. You can't offset. For example, Development Alternatives has been working for many years in Bihar in the brick kiln sector, looking at air pollution, looking at ways to find alternative technologies. And they found that if you see this greenhouse gas emissions from brick kilns in Bihar are 6.5 million tons a year. If you wanted to sequester this, that is plant trees to offset those emissions, you would need 2% of Bihar's forest area, and Bihar doesn't have too much forest, by the way, per year. If you had to sequester 10 years of emissions, you need 20% of the forest area. Now, while this may be a particular case for Bihar and brick kilns, all over the country we are being faced with the same choice. Do you have large utility scale solar? Do you use that land for farming? Do you use it for pastoralism? Do you use it to protect biodiversity and forestry? Do you use it for rainwater harvesting? These are hard choices which have major impacts on the livelihoods of the people who use that land. So definitely a comprehensive approach is required.
Well, my small takeaway from this or from this particular session would be from the policy side that if we are looking for policy change, if we are looking for a better society, we ourselves have to be up for the challenge first. Any new technology, anything that comes, it will come with variety of challenges. But as us, we need to be aware and we need to be ready to accept many changes that we have to do at our level. So that is what is my submission. And just as Ulka mentioned about brick kilns, so a small story came to my mind. While I was working at Nepal, what happened earlier, they used all traditional brick kilns, so which used to have a lot of emissions. But now they are using a zigzag kilns. The story behind that change was, when we talked to brick kiln owners, why would they shift something, or why would the industry shift to a better, for a better fuel, just for the sake of environment? So what we did a small study where we observed that by changing the stacking pattern, zigzag pattern is just changing of a stacking pattern from a traditional kiln, then you can save energy or save coal being burnt, which will alternately give you income, indirect income, that you are spending less in burning coal. So that is your benefit. So then what they did, they very happily converted all the kilns within the Kathmandu Valley to the zigzag technology. So that is an important aspect which we need to think, that yes, when we are doing and how we can touch the people and how we can implement those technologies, so that yes, we'll see some benefits in future. And most importantly, which I always champion a cause, we do not need to blame governments. We need to think what we are contributing at a very first stage. It's very important. And they are working really hard. There are a lot of implementation plans that are going on. But yes, we at our level also need to think what we can contribute to. Thank you.
On a macro level, I just want to share, I mean, if you observe the press and media, we've barraged with negative and sensationalist news. What I want to share with you is that of all the top 10 global economies, India is the only one growing at 5% and faster. India is going to benefit from China and one for outsourcing over the next 10 years in manufacturing. So India, if you look at our GDP, services and agriculture are disproportionately large. Manufacturing and value enhancement technologies are pretty small. We're only 3% of the world GDP. 400-500 years ago, we were 25-30% of GDP. We need to be there. And we will get there one day. You and I may not be alive, but maybe our grandkids will be there. So India's success story is strong, and it's vibrant, and it's going to boom. And I think as leaders and influencers, you and I have a big role to change ourselves, to change our families, to change our friends. And just like casting a stone in a still pond and you see the ripples merge towards the horizon, similarly, all change begins from within. So we really need to be the change which we wish to see outside. I just wanted to bring one example of that change. Africa is never spoken about in any conference, but I just had this nugget of info. Single-use plastic bags in 2008 is the cleanest African country. I mean, it's Africa. And India is the only country besides the United States which can make 5,000 products a day, from a sewing needle to an aircraft carrier, by the way, which is getting commissioned now. And we should really, really, really be shameful that we're using plastic bags. I mean, 20, 25 years ago, we didn't have garbage problem because most of us are vegetarians and the vegetable rinds and fruits went to feed the cows and buffaloes. And now we put everything in a plastic bag, tie the handle and plop, throw it away, and it becomes the nation's problem. It's not my problem anymore. So I think we need to be a change which we wish to see. So for instance, I come from Western UP. We grow sugarcane in my family for hundreds of years. Do you know that it takes 2,400 liters of water to make 1 kilogram of white bleached sugar? So if we wish to really be decisive in our actions, we have to start with ourselves. So let's cut down on sugar. We don't need it. If I have 5 kilograms of sugar in a year, one person, that's one water tanker, 10,000 liters a year. If we go susu, you don't need to flush. Why should we be flushing 4 to 10 times a day? Why can't we be flushing only 2 or 3 times a day? Because each flush is worth 5 or 10 or 15 liters. So 1% of water in the world is potable. So I just want to leave you with this macro thought. Water security, most important. Food security, most important. And third thing which we've been talking about is all about energy security, most important for country. And we need that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you all. I think we've broadly kept to time, but I think one thing that I would like to leave us with is that across the various sessions, we've sort of addressed the individual as the change maker, and individual mindsets as shifting being really important to change. So, I mean, that's absolutely important, and that's going to depend on how well we can communicate to various audiences. But at the same time, let's not forget that in terms of timelines and the kinds of transitions we need to see, we also need to see change that's going to happen at a scale that's much beyond individual change. So I think we need to find some sort of space for both to happen. And of course, governments and industry will only act when there is demand and when there is political space for difficult choices. And yes, I think it's the public's responsibility to provide that space. and provide that demand. But let's also not make it all about what we as individuals end up doing in our own lives. Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Ramamurthy. All of us know this Earth is a wonderful planet. Is it not that we should live in a cleaner manner to our younger generation? We are only, spoiling our Earth. And we first spoil, then try to find out the solution. What was 100 years back or 200 years back? What was the condition of Earth and what is today? You take one example, airport, our airport, international airport, 20 years, more than 20 years, it's functioning. We don't have connectivity. How many vehicles? Everyone takes a car or a taxi. 20 years, we don't have connectivity. We could have, stopped that pollution, automobile pollution. Nothing happened. Who is doing these damages to the earth? What we are trying to do, saving, retrieving, is very, very little. I don't think we have a long way to give a clean earth to our the future generation. I'm sorry I have to say, but this is the fact.
Thank you, sir. I think that's more of a comment. So if there are, and which I guess many people would agree with as well. Are there any other questions?
Hello. My name is Vijay Kumar. I'm the DGM from the Bangalore Metro Rail Corporation. Thanks to all the panelists. It was wonderful listening to all under the leadership of Vinota. And we were floored by the, talks by Dr. K.V. George, Vulka, Parsarthi. And I am enamored totally by Sirohi's talks. I don't know whether he has got any books or anything which is available online for the masses. I'm not satisfied listening to him. I feel like listening to him more and more. Anyway, coming to the core issue, our senior gentleman asked here, we in Bangalore Metro are committed to provide the cleanest possible transportation. We are making maximum endeavors in that direction. By 2025, Honorable PM has given us the directions to keep the metro running to the airport. We have already begun the construction on a massive scale, commencing from the Central Silk Board via KR Puram and Hebbal connecting to the new international airport. We are coming with more and more lines which are going to be under phase 3 and phase 3A. And just to tell you in a very brief nutshell, it will commence from JP Nagar via Bangalore University and Dr. Rajkumar Crematorium. It will come to Hebbal, that is one. Then from Vasalli Vijayanagar, it will go towards Kadabagere on the Magdi Road, that is another one. Then the last one we are envisaging will be from Sarjapur, which will be elevated and also underground, which will also come to Hebbal. So these are the projects on the anvil. Of course, out of enthusiasm and as a responsible citizen, as a reply to our senior gentleman who posed the question, we said we are doing our bit to the green, non-pollutant transportation system of Bangalore city, and we are at it. Not only that, I would also like to bring to all the August audience info here that we are also planting on a scale of 1:10 trees in this city. For every tree affected, we are planting 1:10. Whether it is transported or retained or damaged in any way, we are committed and we have done in a very massive scale. Thank you once again. And I really look to hear from Mr. Ajay Sirohi if he has got any books on his speeches, etc. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir. We're also looking forward to Bangalore getting a BMLTA bill, if possible, so that all of the various mobility bodies are actually planning together for what the city needs. So it's not just the metro or just the buses, but you're actually thinking about it together. If there are any questions. Sure. Yeah.
Sir, I just wanted to respond to your observation. If you look at India's historical past, very few people paid income tax in our Fabian socialist model. So we had very little money to do anything, so everything was incremental and a stopgap measure like a Band-Aid, right? So it's only now with an aspirational PM who wants to be, who pursues excellence and wants to be the best he can be and maybe make our country the same way. So maybe that way we can now have integrated planning. I just wanted to share one observation I made in China. Actually, two observations. When I used to fly there in the 90s, I used to say, I'm flying for 6 hours from Singapore to Beijing, and there's no cloud and you can't see the ground. What's going on? That was pollution. India didn't have it then, but India has it now, at least maybe 60, 70% of the route from, say, Delhi to Chennai or Bangalore. The second thing I wanted to share about China was that in the 80s and 90s, the Chinese municipalities and state enterprises, they figured there's a massive migration going to happen from rural to the urban. They sent a lot of young kids in their 20s to US universities to learn about urban planning. And they let them come back. And they let them take the lead in making all these new cities. So it was not the 45 to 65-year-olds running the show. They deferred the urban planning to this young coterie who had the best skill set, perhaps. And that is why I think the Chinese cities are much better planned than Indian cities, because we haven't actually thought about what really makes a city tick. Thank you.
So, hi, I'm Anshika from CSTEP, and thank you to all the panel members. And actually, my question is directed to Mr. Ajay Sirohi, and I think Ms. Ulka Kelkar can also join in. So, you spoke about GDP and India's economy rising, we very well know that India's got a lot of disparity currently, and majority of the people in India do not have access to basic development standards or even decent energy access. So in the coming years, if India is aiming to provide majority of all these development standards and energy access to people, India's emission levels would rise globally if we give all that things to majority of our people. So how do we look at that from a climate change perspective? Because we have to meet our climate targets as well. So in that context, how do you balance it off right now, with the development issues that India faces as well as the energy goals that we have to meet, like the climate targets?
She'll give you the real answer. I'll just give you a dumb answer, okay? Because I'm just a generalist. My half-life expired 5 years ago after graduating from college, so I'm obsolete. But if you look at United States, over the last 50, 70 years, the energy as a function of the GDP has been steadily declining. It's now, perhaps 10, 20 years ago, it was 10% of their GDP was oil, gas, power generation, so on and so forth. Now it's only 3 or 4%. So their energy intensity has decreased while the GDP has grown. Okay, so they become more efficient. India's doing the same. I think we're becoming much more efficient. To give you an example, Andhra Pradesh has 40% of their power generation by renewables, which is on par with Germany or maybe ahead of Germany or whatever, and we don't celebrate that success story in India. 40% renewable power in the state of Andhra Pradesh is renewables. So once you deploy the capital investment, it's free. It's an annuity, right? So there will be enough energy. I think India's got a power generation capacity of 300 gigawatts. We're only using 150, 155 gigawatts. Many places I go to set up plants, people say, please use more power. We've got so much generation capability. So the fact is that we have tremendous energy for everybody in India. It may be lost in transmission because maybe our transmission network's not the best. And of course, there's still pilferage, but it's coming down. So we will sort those problems out in a heartbeat. And I'll give you an example. When LED bulbs came in to Indian market about 5 or 10 years ago, they were kind of expensive. But all people are using LED bulbs. So we are booming. It took America 10, 12 years to get there. We got there in 5 years. And people don't even know the technology behind LED or whatever, but they're using it. So I'm very, very hopeful. Don't worry about that.
Thanks. Maybe I'll add to what Ajay said when he spoke about decoupling energy use and GDP growth, right? So using energy more efficiently. But we're also using energy more cleanly. So there is more renewable energy entering into the system and all of that, right? So as a result of this, the projections that you see in the models do meet all these development needs. So the energy use increases by much more than the emissions growth. The second point to remember over here is that if you see the latest IPCC report, they make it a point to say that meeting universal energy access needs is not going to affect global emissions significantly. It's like some 10% or less of the world's population that is leading to 50% or more of the world's emissions. So we don't really need to worry about the emissions or environmental impact about providing basic energy services to the poorest. We need to moderate the consumption of the richest.
Thank you. I think there was a hand up at the back if you want to.
Thank you. My name is Srinivas. The question I wanted to ask is about the growing economy and booming that's happening and going to happen. It's wonderful news for millions that are under poverty and all of that. But the other side of the problem is that more and more people are going to aspire to own a vehicle, right? And owning a vehicle is something that the government loves more than anything else, because not only do they make good amount of taxes while registering the vehicle, but it's a perennial source of revenue on every liter of diesel or petrol. And then it's complete contrast with the national urban transport policy, which promotes public transport in cities and so on. So as experts in this field, what do we tell the government to do? Because nobody wants to cut the branch they're sitting on. And that's exactly what the governments are today, whether it's state government or the union government. If you look at the taxes today, the crude oil, international crude is falling, but there's no change in the price of the fuel at the petrol pump for anybody. And there's only one reason for that, because there's a lot of tax to be gotten out of that, and that funds all the welfare programs and so on. So it's a complex problem. So how would you convince governments, particularly state governments and union government, both of them get spoils of this, vehicle ownership, and not to mention the emotional connect that people have with once you made it in life, you have to buy your own car and you gift it to your parents and so on and so forth. So it's very difficult to convince people to switch to public transport or even use it occasionally. No amount of traffic congestion seems to want people to, leave that aside. So it's a behavioral issue, it's a policy issue, but if I could get your comments primarily on the public policy perspective, right? If I'm the government, I'm making money out of this, and I still need to reduce emissions from trips made on personal vehicles. So what can we do to convince the state governments to invest more in public transport or disincentivize private transport? Your thoughts on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Well, though I'm not a very big expert on this aspect of transport policy and all, but I'll try to give you a small glimpse of about this policy and all. Say, yes, at one end we are telling that public transport should be increased, but who all are ready to go in public transport? Are you ready to go by public transport that takes 30 minutes, or you feel like your vehicle is ready to go by in 10 minutes or 15 minutes? Because I see a lot of vehicles, government has the policy of electrifying vehicles, and especially in the public transport sector. So they are increasing a lot of buses, electric buses in the public transport sector. Okay, but yes, it is an ongoing process. It will not happen overnight. So, but it is an ongoing process, and it is happening. Like recently we heard from the metro people. It is a public transport utility. And I would say I'm in Nagpur now, and in Nagpur also has a metro system. But when it started, there were hardly 70, 80 people going in a metro line. You can believe how big a metro structure is, and there were 70, 80 people. Now, 4 years or 5 years down the line, there are 60,000 people traveling in it. So it is happening. The pace and all, I'm not sure how it will go and how it will not go. But yes, governments are doing. It's not that they are not doing. And it's going on, but yeah, that's all I can say at this stage. Ulka, would you like to please add on?
I feel from your statements, you are not very encouraged, or you have shown your concern. Now, let me give an example. Coal production and sustainability, we speak both in the same breath, but they are oxymoron. One will not support the other. Now, whenever we go for any technology, it's going to kill something or the other. We need to understand this phenomena. And then there is a word resilience. The system will come back, not from the same route, but from some other route. Now suppose, let's take the case of Bangalore city. From here, if we have a metro rail up to airport, and if it is made compulsory that you have to go only by that, not by taxi, because there should be some point from where you can connect. Does it mean that all taxi fellows will lose their job? No. Some other alternative will automatically be generated. Our ecosystem is such that, urban ecosystem. So let's hope in future something will come. It's a developmental stage. Need not be so depressed on this issue. The opportunity for business for all communities will be created once something better is created. We have to go this way. That's my submission. Thank you.
Maybe I could make a pitch for the cracking the problem that you spoke about, the loss of fossil fuel tax revenue, because that is something significant. And the only way to offset that is two things. One, taking into account the savings on the import bill. If you are able to actually reduce the imports of crude oil, petroleum, and all that by accelerating the shift to electric mobility, that will be major. The other is introducing a new environmental tax. And my pitch as an economist would be for a carbon tax. We already have a coal cess, which can be expanded. But that's the only way in which the cash flow or the macroeconomic fiscal situation can be balanced out.
Thank all the panelists. We've come to the end of our session, and we hope we've left you with something to think about from this session, and of course the conversations around this continue. Thank you so much.
I thank all the panel members and the chair of the panel for putting out such a brilliant panel, and also for bringing out some major issues that we need to focus on as a community. So now I would request Dr. Pratima to please give a token of appreciation to the panel members and the chair. I'll start with you, Vinita. Thank you for The posters are displayed in the Chamber 2 hall, and you can, whenever you have time, so the lunch and the poster presentation will go parallelly. So whenever you have time, so just go and have a look on the posters. So basically we have 14 teams which will be presenting their posters. Within the 14 teams, 5 finalists will be selected, and within that 3 winners will be selected tomorrow. So they will get 3 minutes each to present their work. And tomorrow the finalists will present their research work in front of all, and 3 winners, as I said, will be selected. And we will have prize money for the winners as well. So the judges for evaluating the posters are Dr. Pratima, Dr. Shrikant, and Dr. Vijay Kanavade. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Vijay Kanavre. So he is the assistant professor at University of Hyderabad, and he is a recipient of prestigious fellowships such as Felix and Marie Curie Research Fellowship. He has published extensively in the area of aerosols. So now I would request you to proceed for the lunch and for seeing the posters. So the lunch would be prepared by 1 p.m. and please be back by 1:45 so that we can continue with the other session. And meanwhile, our judges would carry on with the judging of the poster presentations that they are present there. Thank you. we will start with our next session, that is Seeing is Believing, addressing the time lag of climate change impact to enable policies that work. Here, the panel will be discussing the effects of air pollution on the regional climate, livelihood, and survival. The session will be chaired by Ms. Gunjan Jain. I would request the chair as well as the panel members to be on the stage. Dr. Sten Janssen, Dr. Vijay Kanavade, Mr. Pulash Mukherjee, while Dr. Chandrabhushan has joined us virtually. I would like to give an introduction of Ms. Gunjan Jain, the chair of the session. So she leads the communications for air pollution and climate at Climate Trends. She has worked in television media and served as jury member for various film festivals and comes with 18 plus years of experience in media and communications and building narratives. So I would request Ms. Gunjan Jain to please introduce the panelists. Sure, sure.
Thank you so much, the entire team at CSTEP for inviting me to host this panel. It's really an honor to be a part of this entire event, and it's so beautifully planned. Without much further ado, may I just introduce a very eminent panel that we have with us today. We have Mr. Chandrabhushan joining us virtually. I think CB doesn't need too much introduction. He's the CEO of iForest, which is the International Forum for Environment, Sustainability and Technology. He has been part of a lot of environmental research, and the organization is also looking at innovative ways in which just energy transition can be more mainstreamed in India. Over the past 2.5 decades, he has engaged in a wide range of environmental issues through research, writing, and advocacy, and has been at the forefront of several public policy campaigns. Our next panelist here is Dr. Sten Janssen. Dr. Sten is the technical program manager of Vito's air quality modeling and geo teams. He has over 15 years of experience working on air quality assessment and modeling projects, primarily in Belgium, but he has also worked a lot in Europe, China, and India. Welcome to the panel, sir. We also have Dr. Vijay Kanavade. Okay, sir. But while Dr. Kanavade joins us here, may I just introduce him? Dr. Vijay is the assistant professor at University of Hyderabad. His research interests are to understand aerosol microphysical processes and air quality nexus, and aerosol cloud rainfall interaction and climate change. He has published more than 55 peer-reviewed research articles in highly reputed journals such as Nature Communications, Journal of Geophysical Research, etc. Welcome to the panel, sir. And last but absolutely not the least, Mr. Pulash Mukherjee. Pulash is the lead for air quality and climate resilience at the Natural Resource Defense Council, the India program. Pulash is also a researcher and a policy advocacy professional with significant experience in the area of environmental health, air quality management, and climate resilience. Pulash works closely with the government as well as a diverse set of stakeholder groups at various levels, building on governance, advocacy, etc. Welcome to the panel, Pulash. I think we are already a few minutes behind, but the discussion today, I mean, the topic I thought was extremely interesting in terms of looking at addressing the time lag of climate change impact to enable policies that work. And at a time when we are sitting with where climate, I think being a communication professional, I feel I can say that climate no longer is a very niche or just limited to a very closed group. While here we are people who are talking at a much more technical level, but clearly the conversations, if we are looking at the way the intersections are happening, whether we are talking about energy transition or how climate impacts are getting communicated, it's definitely more mainstream. And clearly evidence, research, data what has happened over the last few years, the way the scientific research community, the advocacy groups have come together to build these narratives, to build the debate and the uptake on mitigation, adaptation. That's clearly the work that shows. But may I invite you, Dr. Janssen, and sorry, I'll just break the flow a bit. We'll come to you, Mr. Bhushan, in a bit. The other panelists just have a few presentations, and we'll finish those and come to a discussion. Dr. Janssen, if I may invite you to give your presentation, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting us and having us here. And I, really take the opportunity to thank CSTEP and giving us the chance to present some of our work and experiences we've gathered in Europe, mainly in Europe, on this very important subject of air pollution and climate change. And thank you. And to look for co-benefits. I was reflecting a bit on the title, indeed, that was given to this session, addressing the time lag. And I think there are different perspectives or different views on how we can answer this. I believe I will only, partially address it, basically based on experiences we have in Europe. I definitely will not give a full coverage of the different possibilities to look for these co-benefits, but I will focus on a few ones. I think what is very clear, and it was already discussed this morning, that, mainly combustion processes, they have a very important impact, both on climate change and air pollution, that's clear. And, it's essential, if we develop policies, that we develop strategies that mitigate both. And most often it will be strategies that act on the air pollution part on a short term. They can have a direct impact on the health of our citizens that live in the city. And on the long term, via the climate change impacts will come in the future. And that will be the core of my talk, and also my expertise. We believe that modeling tools can help to, first of all, understand these co-benefits and can help in the end to design more effective and better strategies. Very quickly, and I will not spend too much time on that, we have developed what we call Atmosys modeling system that helps us to understand these different processes. We have different components there. A first component is about air quality forecast. It's predicting what will happen with the air pollution later today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. That's the first part. A second part is on really understanding where the pollution is coming from, where the hotspots are located in our city. That's what we call the high-resolution mapping under our Atmos Street product. And then finally, that will be the core of my talk today. I will not mention too much about the first two. Is about these planning activities. How do we design effective policies and effective strategies under this, what we call Atmo Plan umbrella? I've chosen, because, air pollution and climate, it's multi-sectoral, multi-pollutant. I've chosen to focus today on the transport sector as an example. And as you know, transport has an impact both on CO2 emissions, both on the air pollutant emissions. And actually, when you think about mitigation strategies, you have three, I would say, main pathways to work on this. First of all, it just reduces the traffic in your city via so-called modal shift strategies, to bring people on other transportation modes. Another part is driven by urban planning. How can we reroute our transport system in the city in order to reduce exposure? And then finally, of course, work on the fleet composition. Electrification of the fleet is a well-known example there. And I will very briefly touch upon an example for each of these three. The first one is an exercise we did for the city of Budapest in Hungary, where we discussed with the city authorities different ways on how they can reduce the traffic volume in their city via different strategies to encourage people to take more public transport, to invest public transport, to go to more sustainable transportation modes. And then what is important, that's one of the messages I want to give here. Overall, it gives a reduction in CO2, that's clear. But also on the air pollution part, it's not just a uniform impact. As you can see here, depending on the pollutant, the exposure of the citizens is reduced depending on where they live, depending on where they commute on a daily basis. So whereas the climate impact or the climate reduction is more or less a uniform, or it's one number for the entire city, the impact of air pollution also has this geographical or this spatial impact, which is important to take into account, especially also when we think about the health effects. Another example is how urban planning can support this whole process. This is an example of Antwerp in Belgium, where we live. And as you can see, the traffic, the ring road here, has a very important signature on the air pollution pattern that we observe in the city. One idea that is put forward is to put a roof on top of the ring road that we have, just covering the ring road, which is a really important traffic road link, put everything in a tunnel, and what you see, the effect is very clearly, the impact of the ring road almost completely disappears, and we only have the emissions coming out at the tunnel exits. So in terms of air pollution impact, this has a very great benefit for the citizens living close to this important road link. At present, I will not go too much into detail. We're now discussing with some technology providers how we can filter, how we can capture some of these emissions that are now trapped in the tunnel. Because as one of the previous speakers said, once the particles are in the air, it's very difficult to capture them. But maybe when they're still in the tunnel, you have a chance to reduce some of that. So that's part of this urban planning project. And then finally, one example I would like to give that it's not always easy, and you really have to think about how you design these strategies, is that it's not always working in the same direction. And this is an example. One of the elements in the air quality plan of Flanders was to really ban all the diesel cars. Because they said, yeah, diesel is producing a lot of soot, and we see that as an element to improve air quality. Not only soot, also NOx is, oh, I'm sorry, I'm too far. Also NOx has an important share of diesel passenger car. You can see about 50%, it's the orange part, is produced by diesel passenger car. If we remove these diesel passenger cars in the country, you see a tremendous reduction of NOx emissions. Same number, for example, for elemental carbon. About half of the elemental carbon can be reduced by that strategy. But what is also observed, for climate, it's going in the opposite direction. CO2 emissions are increasing. And so this was also for the policymakers a bit of an eye-opener that it's not always easy, and you really have to do some of the analysis up front before taking measures, especially if you want to look for co-benefits both on the air quality and the climate part. Having said this, we also understood that these modeling tools, they are quite complex. They run on heavy computers. And we've developed what we call a kind of an online dashboard that policymakers or experts in the city authorities, they can use some of these tools themselves via an online dashboard. This is an example where a low emission zone in the city center of Bratislava has been developed. And this is an example for the city of Krakow where a rerouting of the road network has been analyzed, where a new ring road is created at the outer part of the city of Krakow, pulling some of the traffic to the outer ring road where concentrations are increased, and then of course there is a reduction in the green areas in the city center. Just to give you an idea that also this more IT oriented technologies can also support some of these modeling exercises when we work together with experts in the agencies. So this brings me to the end of my presentation or my pitch, if I can go to the last slide. It seems that it's, one slide back. Okay. So we know that transport has an important impact both on climate change and air pollution. We've seen examples that mitigation measures, they can work both now on the air quality and in the future on the climate change impact. But it requires close collaboration, both between the mobility experts and the environmental experts, both, I would say, in research universities, research institute universities, and the administration and the authorities. And then to conclude, this Atmosys Toolbox also has some features in order to, via online systems, to support this process both at local and regional level. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Janssen. That was really interesting, and clearly there are very useful solutions, but like in the previous session, we were discussing about how, I think Ajay Sirohi was talking about how the cities are, the planning here has obviously been flawed, and these are the kind of measures and solutions which are required to kind of start looking at where we can cut down on pollution and measure them in real time. But moving further, just I think looking at this data, Dr. Kanavade, if I may invite you, sir, to make your presentation.
Presentation? Oh. Yeah, excellent. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So basically, we have been asked to talk about aerosol, air pollutants, and aerosol is among one of the component of aerosol, what we perceive as a smog or haze. And we had a very excellent session this morning and also yesterday inaugural session. Yeah, aerosols are invisible, but they are not really entirely invisible. We can see them when they are present in very high concentration, like smog and haze. So essentially, I'll be talking about aerosols and how does micrometeorological conditions affect the air pollution or air quality, and trying to link with the climate. Okay, this is very well known, everybody. There are two types of sources, primary and secondary. I don't want to go into too detail, but from each and every activity, including the natural or anthropogenic activity, we have a co-emitted emission of particulate matter as well as aerosol precursors. So just to give you an example, for example, sea salt. So we have this is natural sea salt aerosols, but we do have emissions of iodine or methane sulfonic acid from oceans. Or you take a biomass burning, you have emissions of black carbon and so on, but you do have emissions of anthropogenic VOCs, SOx, NOx, and so on. So the point I want to make here is that we should not look at only the primary emitted aerosols or the particulate pollution, but we should also concentrate on the secondary source of aerosols, wherein the precursors which is produced from these activities can undergo gas to particle conversions, what we call as aerosol nucleation, or those vapors, after they oxidize, they can condense onto the pre-existing particles. So I'll have actually one or two results I'll show you. So this is being, by and large, not really quantified. In Indian context, for example, what is the contribution of primary and secondary aerosol to the total particulate mass or aerosol mass? Yeah, these are the tiny particles which have a large impacts. I need not mention what are these different impacts, weather, horizontal cycle, climate, air quality, acid deposition, and so on. But what we need to understand is all these effects depend on their size, mass, and composition. So again, we need a precise quantification of aerosols. Even it has been studied widely over last more than now 3 decades over in India. The current understanding or the quantification of aerosol is uncertain. If you compare, let's say, quantification of greenhouse gases, which is very well understood. And it's mainly because of aerosols are highly variable in size, their mass or size, number, composition, as well as the lifetime. And that basically makes it extremely difficult to quantify their climatic effect. Let's say it's a cooling or warming in case of, let's say, black carbon, which can ultimately counteract in the greenhouse warming due to global warming due to greenhouse gases. Okay, this is one of our recent study where we use data from aerosol mass spectrometer and aerosol chemical species monitor, which basically gives the size resolved chemical composition. Of course, ACSM does not give size resolved composition. And we try to look at what are the different species that present in aerosols. And what you see is on the the right side figure, there is a strong spatial temporal variability in aerosol composition over India. And the left-hand side figure, what you see, the source. We can again see that there is a strong spatial heterogeneity in aerosol source as well. In general, we know that there is increasing trend in aerosols over India, and being the highest trend value over Indo-Gangetic Plain, which is highly populated and highly polluted. But is the trend same over entire India? That is the question. So one of our recent study actually, where we looked at a number of days when you have very high concentration of aerosols. So blue color essentially means there is a decreasing trend in number of days with low concentration in the atmosphere, and the picture on the right, which is basically showing that there is an increasing trend in the number of days with high aerosol concentration in the atmosphere. And what we found interestingly, that the number of days with high aerosol concentration over central India is increasing faster than over Indo-Gangetic Plain. And of course, we looked at some of the reasoning why that could be. One of the reason we found it's associated with the biomass burning, but there could be, of course, other factors like increase in transportation sector, emissions from the traffic or urbanization and so on. This is another study where we tried to answer what caused severe air pollution episode that was observed in Delhi in 2016, November 2016. Everybody knows that the stagnant weather conditions is one of the cause, and and there is a lot of biomass burning, agriculture burning, for example, agricultural residue during October and November. That could be the reason. So I don't want to go into that. But what I want to highlight here is, if you look at the plot on the right side, that basically gives the aerosol size distribution. And what we found that the aerosols actually grow into very large sizes, probably by condensation of all these vapors that emitted from biomass burning biomass burnings. And actually, one of our study in collaboration with IIT Kanpur and led by Professor Tripathi, we actually found that the biomass burning vapors lead to the aerosol growth significantly, which may cause haze or haze formation over this part of the country. Again, in terms of quantification, now we measure aerosol mass PM2.5 or PM10. The question is how much is coming from the actually primary, which is emitted by some source, and how much is coming from the secondary, which is either source of new aerosols to the atmosphere or condensation of different vapors onto the pre-existing aerosols. So this is study from China actually, where they looked at the aerosol that are coming from primary and secondary on a particular size range, what we call as accumulation mode particles, 100 nanometer to about 1 micrometer, using NOx as a tracer, and where they found that about 75% of the particles were of secondary origin. So yeah, that is basically punchline I want to give. Like, we should not just focus on the total mass. What we need is the process level understanding if we really want to quantify aerosols precisely. This is, I think, very good example. COVID-19 lockdown has given really good opportunity to look at kind of a pre-industrial or a cleaner conditions. And what we found straight away that there is a threefold decrease in secondary formation of aerosols over Hyderabad during lockdown. And it's mainly because of the shutdown of all entrepreneurial activities like traffic and industries to some extent. Okay, so what we did actually, we synthesized information available in the literature, and just looking at our knowledge or missing links in secondary aerosol formation over India. And there are some critical knowledge gaps actually we could identify. So I'll just mention a few of them. So for example, what is the chemistry driving secondary aerosol formation? That is something that is not explored in Indian context. Or what fraction of those aerosols eventually reach to, let's say, cloud condition nuclei where they can have climatic effect? Or another one is what is the relative importance of secondary aerosol formation to haze formation and air quality climate interaction, and of course their feedbacks. So I would say that any policy action that intended to mitigate one of these two sectors, air quality and the climate, we must necessarily take into account the feedback from the other, because the benefits to one sector could worsen the other sector. And lastly, just concluding remark, fourth over last more than 3-4 decades over India, in terms of aerosol, understanding of aerosols, their physical, optical, or radiative properties. But there are hardly any studies which actually talks about dynamical properties of aerosols, or maybe mainly secondary aerosol formation in the atmosphere. So that kind of quantification is required. What is the fraction that comes from the primary, and what is the fraction that comes from the secondary sources. Yeah, with that, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kanavade. That was indeed very enlightening. The fact that one can, when we talk about co-benefits of air quality and climate, I think the last point that you made in terms of how we need to look at the interaction on how one might actually have a feedback on the other, I think that's clearly, and that I think leads me to the question next for Polash, in fact, on how, because when we're talking about air pollution, of course, the immediate and the long-term impacts of health play up, and of course when it comes to climate, we are looking at the entire long time scale of which climate is changing. So Polash, if I may invite you to give your presentation, and we can open up for a discussion and bring in CB after this.
Thank you, Gunjan. Also, I wanted to just take this opportunity to thank CSTEP and Dr. Pratima for having us to speak at this platform. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to speak about this particular piece of work of ours, which is addressing the air quality and health co-benefits of climate action in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, India. This, as far as we know, this is the first of its kind research in India, and this is research done jointly by NRDC, which is my organization, as well as GERMI, the Gujarat Energy Research and Management Institute, the Indian Institute of Public Health in Gandhinagar, as well as IITM in Pune. Yeah, just a quick introduction. We are a 50-year-old organization that's been working on environmental policy. In India, we've been around for 12 years, and these are some of the partners that we work with. We work on three main areas, of which environmental health, which is addressing air quality and extreme heat climate resilience, is what I'm going to talk about today. In India, we've been working on heat health since 2009. We started with the first heat action plan for any city in India, in Ahmedabad, in 2013. And since then, we've been working with the National Disaster Management Authority to put into place heat action plans for cities, for states across India. Currently, there are 23 heat-prone states as identified by IMD, and we are working with most of them to put in place heat action plans. On air quality, the work NRDC started on is in 2017. It started with health-sided interventions. That's been kind of the focus area. In Ahmedabad, the first risk and benefits communication system was put in place in 2017. Some pictures that you see here are based on that, and as well as other ongoing work that we are doing. Now, why am I addressing this? Because this particular project that I'm going to talk about addresses the topic of this particular issue, the time lag for effective climate action. I believe there are two main barriers here. One is the lack of effective governance mechanisms. So very often these decisions are made in silos within the government. There's a Department of Disaster Management, there's a Department of State Pollution Control Board, and cities are seen as the implementing bodies which don't have the technical expertise. So in Ahmedabad, we saw an opportunity for these two areas to converge on. And these were the two main questions that we were trying to address. So we were trying to address that how climate change triggered demands for air conditioning can affect local air pollution levels. So we all know that temperatures are rising. This year, in fact, I think Bangalore escaped the brunt of it, but the rest of India had the worst heat season in the last couple of years for sure. So this is triggering additional demand for cooling, specifically for air conditioning. And that energy demand will trigger excess power generation and create local air pollution. So looking at that, and secondly, looking at potential interventions in that area in additional cooling, in city-led mitigation and adaptation interventions, what impact would that have on human health as well as on local air pollution? So this is the let me just tell you before I go into this, this is a 2-year-long project, and we are at the end phase of it, so it's not yet out here yet. September is when we are hoping to come out with a final set of results. So this is the overall project. We are looking at a 2030 climate change scenario, and we are seeing the additional energy demand on account of temperature rise, where it will be met from, what kind of interventions could be used to address that additional demand, both on the mitigation side as well as on the adaptation side. On the mitigation side, the state of Gujarat has been quite forward-thinking in terms of its energy transition. They've announced no more new coal plants. So looking at the impact of that. And on the adaptation front, like I said, we've been working on, with the city of Ahmedabad on heat action plans. So cool roofs is something that we've been advocating for a long time. And in particular, this has a big impact because of its low cost of implementation. So those two interventions, looking at that. So that's aim 1. Aim 2 is looking at the air pollution scenario 2018 vis-a-vis 2030. What would be the additional emission load created by the additional cooling demand on account of these air conditioner installations? And thirdly, tying it all together, what would be the health benefits of these multiple different scenarios? So that is the overall project. This is the study area that we have. The 2 districts are Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad. We are focusing on those 2 districts in particular, and we are looking at the power plants in the 50 and 100 kilometer range of these 2 cities. Very interestingly, not all of Ahmedabad's demand is met by these 2 power plants alone. All the power plants in red, in fact, address Ahmedabad's energy requirements. So additional cooling demand will have impact on air pollution, not just locally, but also in other cities in the region. So these were the assumptions that we included in the modeling. Of course, we accounted for population growth, we accounted for economic growth, we accounted for changes in land use as per proposed policies. We accounted for changes in PM 2.5 emission from other sectors as well. However, for air quality, we only considered a subset of power plants in the particular region in the 100-kilometer radius. We did not look at power plants outside of that. So these are kind of the findings that I'm just putting across here. So these are projections that we came out with. These are, on the left, you see electricity consumption projections, and on the right, you see cooling projections. You can see that cooling goes up almost 3 times between 2018 and 2030. Within this, there is a differentiated breakdown of where that additional demand comes from. And for the interventions, for the scenarios, we were looking at cool roof as a major estimate, and this is the methodology that we used for estimating the total potential area available for cool roof conversion. So these are the preliminary results of AIM 1. AIM 2 and 3 are still embargoed. They are currently under consideration by various journals. But this is the result slide really that I wanted to focus upon. So scenario A is your baseline. Scenario B does not account for additional climate change induced caused heating. So temperature rise is not accounted for in scenario B. Scenario C takes into account temperature rise as well as other non-climate factors, which is what I just mentioned, you know, increase in income, increase in population, and so on. So, is there a pointer here? Oh, yeah. So you can see here that under the business as usual scenario, the cooling demand will be 4 terawatt hours for Ahmedabad in 2030. This can be offset. This can be offset by quite a bit if the 20% of the roofs in Ahmedabad are converted to cool roofs. So just 20%, not a very ambitious target, not 50%, not 60%, but just 20%. And if you take into account the additional heating, additional temperatures that global warming will cause, even that entire addition can be offset by just 20% conversion to cool roofs. So this kind of a study, what the purpose of showing this study here is that these kind of evidences which combine impact on health, on cooling, on energy efficiency, and on air pollution are perhaps is what is necessary for effective regulatory and policy changes to be made. So going ahead, we are going to come out with similar results for AIM 2 and 3 as well, which are talking about air pollution and the various interventions there. And AIM 3 is looking at overall impacts on health. What would be the health effects of these interventions that we have discussed in the previous aims? So this is the entire project team, and we have a fact sheet out there which I welcome you all to go take a look at. These were some implications of these kind of studies on air quality management, since that is what we're discussing here. It emerged that there were severe health gaps even in our metro cities. We were discussing that earlier this morning over breakfast, and that emerged out to be a problem even in cities like Bangalore and Delhi and Ahmedabad. Evidence generation currently exists in silos. So I'm very glad that platforms such as this bring together scientists and policymakers to bring that evidence out in the public domain and to act on it. Very crucially, air quality governance. That is what we are trying to address. Decision making is usually in silos. Gujarat, incidentally, was one of the first states in the country to have a dedicated department of climate change. In spite of that, we see that there are several horizontal barriers when it comes to information sharing. And for the intervention that I specifically wanted to mention here is cool roofs. So we need to identify common and lowest hanging climate and air pollution interventions that can maximize health co-benefits. And we certainly do believe that cool roofs are one such intervention for sure. Thank you.
Clearly, Polash is quite tall. Thank you. Thank you so much, Polash. That was very interesting, as always. Mr. Bhushan is online, and sir, if I may invite you at this point, I have a bit of a twofold question for you. I think one, of course, just when we're talking about time lag in terms of how policy can be implemented, what do you think is the acceptable time lag, so to say, considering how government moves and the rate at which climate change or air quality impacts are coming along? And of course, the other part of it is we're right now at a point when we are discussing long-term strategies. How do you think, what would be the sort of ways ahead or pathways or recommendations from your end which you think would inform long-term strategies which can kind of look at both these problems which are extremely acute in India, both air quality and climate change? Over to you, sir. Sorry, we can't hear you. Just 1 second, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I would like to thank CSTEP for inviting me here. Right now, I am in Bhubaneswar, releasing a report on just transition in one of India's biggest coal district, Angul. And we have large number of people from Angul who came here, stakeholders. Now, Angul produces about 100 million ton coal. It is second largest coal producing district in India. But the discussion here was not climate change. The local community was more concerned about air pollution, and they could relate to air pollution. While they understand, and some of them were talking about the kind of impact a district like Angul has, and Orissa in general. Orissa is highly vulnerable to climate change, and there was discussion around climate change. For Angul, the issue was not climate change, it was air pollution. And everyone was talking about how do we reduce air pollution from the large industries that are there, whether it is thermal power plant or aluminum and steel, or from the mining sector. Now, one of the things that I think it is very important for India to understand is that our narrative on air pollution is extremely urban-centric, and which has meant that about 90% of India, we are not solving the air pollution problem. Angul is not about urban air pollution challenge. It is about mining and industrial air pollution challenge. And if you look at a lot of industrial air pollution issues, we are also looking at the issue of black carbon, coal consumption, coal combustion that is coming, air pollution that is coming from cooking fuel. So there is a need in a gathering like what CSTEP has organized to think very carefully about the narrative we have been giving out on air pollution. For district like Angul, for large part of rural India, air pollution narrative is not being developed. In fact, just few weeks back, the Minister of State for Environment told in the Parliament that in India, air pollution is an urban issue and not a rural issue, and therefore we do not have air pollution monitors in rural area. So my first proposition is, yes, there is a co-benefit on, and as well as not co-benefit, I'll call it as a co-joint agenda on air pollution and climate change, but we need to build narrative for that. Current narrative is not building. Only focusing on transport sector will not build the conjoint narrative that we need on air pollution. We will have to build that by also looking at rural area, biomass consumption, combustion, for example, or coal combustion, industrial pollution. We will have to address these issues if we want to look at solving air pollution and climate change together. The second point, which I think Polas made it very clear, I think the big area of air pollution, climate change, urban planning is related to cooling. And I think we need a very strong narrative on the cooling sector as well. Yesterday, we had a presentation from NTPC and, Tata. Tatas are now the distribution company in Orissa. And the managing director of Tata distribution company told us that in Orissa, the peak power is 10:45 in 9. Peak demand is from 10:45 in night to 1:30 in night. And it is largely air conditioning. And year by year, that load is increasing, and therefore Orissa is being forced also to install more coal-based power plants. So while we are looking at the issue of transport sector, the issue of various air pollution, we also have to look at demand side, which is leading to more air pollution as well as more carbon emissions. And the agenda of demand side management, especially with respect to cooling, is now becoming very, very apparent across the country. Who would have thought, we talk about air conditioning load in Delhi and Mumbai, but in today's discussion, yesterday's discussion, we were talking about air conditioning load in Behrampur, for example, Cuttack and Bhubaneswar. This is now becoming a problem for all urban areas in the country. And we need a very strong narrative on how do we reduce cooling, what kind of building we build, what kind of green technology that we bring. Now, let me end by answering some of the questions that you asked me. I do not think there is a time lag. I'm not sure why the name of the session was termed like that. We are now very well experiencing the impact of climate change, and air pollution is there. It is not going anywhere. In fact, in many ways, in various parts of the country, air pollution levels are actually increasing. So both the agendas are alive, both the agenda is impacting, and we need action now. I don't think we have the luxury to say that we can do something right now in air pollution as a co-benefit agenda, and we will look at climate change some year down the line. In Angul meeting itself, the community demand is that we do not want coal production to increase from 100 million ton to 200 million ton. That's what is there in the pipeline right now. So while government and coal companies can talk about increasing the coal production, I think the social license is vanishing very quickly in some of the mining areas of the country. With this, I will end my intervention, and if there is any question, I'll be most happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhushan. I think you, clearly, I think you brought in a very interesting point about how the narrative in India on air pollution has been focused on the urban, has been very urban-centric. And when we are looking at the policy, at the way in which has been designed also on air pollution, it is very urban-centric, where it's looking at non-attainment cities and the entire idea of airsheds, which can cover the rural area, that is missing. And I think Delhi is now experimenting with a CAQM, but it's still a very nascent kind of intervention. I think I want to ask at this point that, and maybe Dr. Kanavare, you would also like to add to this, that is there, when we're talking about the time lag, is there a data lag, so to say, where this entire intervention to tackle the rural pollution is somewhere getting hindered? Because otherwise it's also the polluting sectors, when we are talking about the rural intervention, are also the more difficult ones, because we are talking about energy transition, thermal power plants, the entire behavioral shift that we require for household cooking systems. So all of those are also more complex sources to tackle in comparison to the lower hanging fruit maybe, which were more urban-centric and where the policy is kind of focused.
Yeah. Sorry.
Maybe Mr. Bhushan, please go ahead, and maybe Dr. Kadamade, you can add.
Okay. So while there is a lot of low-hanging fruit in rural India as well. It is not that these are difficult issues, because we have to deal with millions of people, millions of households. But if we do not deal with millions of households, then a lot of co-benefit agenda that we are talking about, whether it is about agricultural fire, or we are talking about cooking energy, or for example, MSME sector, brick sector, for example. Modernization of brick sector is extremely important for rural India, not only from climate change and air pollution perspective, but also from labor transition. That is, it is the largest rural industry today providing livelihood, but that sector is completely due for modernization. So there are low-hanging fruit in rural India which have massive socio-economic and environmental benefit, both in terms of pollution and natural resource conservation, but as well as in terms of climate change.
Right. Dr. Kanavade?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, I agree with Dr. Bhushan that air quality or air pollution is not something that is not known. We know since 1970s. And the best example I have to cite is then it would be London smog even 1952. So definitely I think the way forward would be, filling the data gaps, improving our understanding, so we can have those keywords like mitigation, adaptation, sustainability. So these three words would be the game changer, I would say. But yeah, we need definitely, quantification of air pollutants. And when we say air pollutants, we should rather consider all the air pollutants, not just focusing on one particular, air pollutant. And then we also should not forget that the dynamics or the micrometeorological conditions, that also plays an important role. Let's say dispersion of air pollutants, and as morning also showed by, ventilation, for example. So some of those aspects, their interaction, and of course, to add a climate. And what we need to understand probably is essentially a feedback. What are their feedbacks? When these two entities, interact, and what are their feedbacks? Yeah.
Right. Thank you, sir. And maybe one last question from me, and we can open up for the floor for any questions if audience. If I may come to you, you talked about governance, and you also talked about city-level solutions that you've observed across your various experiments in Europe or maybe in China and India. What do you think where the roadblocks are? And of course, I think on the ground level, we were in fact earlier even discussing just the kind of governance challenges we are seeing. But where do you think could be possible some low-hanging fruit where we can start having those transition towards more, cleaner mitigation solutions?
Thanks, Gunjan. I think to answer your question and also to add to the previous speakers have already spoken about, I think the lens that can be used to bring these two together is health. Ultimately, why are we doing this? To preserve and to improve public health. So health can be that one unifying factor that helps us work towards a common unified goal between air pollution and climate action. And governance, like you said, is a very important factor in this. And that's where regional governance becomes a very important part of this. We know, and most members here will probably agree with me, that capacity in India is highly crunched. So most implementation bodies, including at the city, and definitely at the state, but also at the city, are understaffed. They don't have the necessary capacity to even crunch the data. I was speaking to another friend earlier about the cities installing sensors. But what really happens with that sensor data is that put to effective use, like my co-panelist was talking about, what policies would work. So in terms of governance, building the capacity is what would address that time gap, I think. And building that capacity is not something that, it has already started. I mean, this hall 4 years ago was a lot thinly populated than it is right now. So, yeah.
Right. Dr. Janssen?
Yes, I'm thinking about two pieces of the puzzle, which I at least observe in Europe really driving things forward. First of all, and it's quite obvious, but it's a legal framework. I think in Europe we have since long time a quite well elaborated legal framework under the Ambient Air Quality Directive, which is driving a lot of the things we're actually doing. It's setting standards on concentrations, it's setting standards on emissions for different sectors, so that helps. Having a solid legal framework. Of course, that's not sufficient, and the legal thing will not do it on its own. One thing that I've observed recently, and it was also one of my examples, discovering of the Antwerp Ring Road, that was really an idea that was put forward by a group of citizens that said, okay, we want to have a more livable city, and we care about the health of our children. And they came forward with that idea of covering the ring road. And actually, by just organizing themselves, having a voice towards the policymakers, that actually helped. And actually, these things are now being implemented. It took them some years to convince the policymakers. They have put together urban planners, and they're now, really bringing that idea to the design table, and it will be implemented in a few years. And so really reaching out to the citizens, listen to their ideas also, bringing in experts, and engaging from the bottom up together with that, let's call it, solid legal framework. I think these are two essential elements that at least I've seen in Europe really can drive some of the change in the transition.
Right. And Dr. Janssen, what you said actually, Mr. Bhushan, if I may just ask you also if you would like to add, because at the various levels of governance that you've interacted with, what's been your observation in terms of where there might be roadblocks which can be solved in a more short-term ways, and what could those solutions be for between short and medium and, of course, the long term?
So I think the biggest governance challenge is how do we make economic departments and ministries and economic policies mainstream some of these things. Air pollution norms are there. We have, our air pollution norm is there. Industrial air pollution norm is there. We have said that we are going to ban burning of agricultural residues. So from environmental side, there can be some tweaking and improvement in the law. But there is a limitation till which environmental law will work, considering the ground realities in this country of enforcement. Now, how do we bring some of these into our economic policy is going to be much more important. For example, I think, there was a recent study which was published by, I think, IIT Kanpur, looking at the impact of LPG penetration on air pollution. And basically they found that while we all understand that, the LPG uses are not as we expected, nevertheless, the biggest air quality intervention in this country in last 10 years is actually increasing the rate of utilization of LPG, not moving from Euro 4 to Euro 5 and Euro 6. Okay. So I think also policy based on evidence is very important. And LPG, distribution didn't happen because of any environmental law. It was a social and economic program of the government. Therefore, there is a vast bouquet of economic and social policy that has environmental co-benefit that we also have to look at. EV, for example, I do not think that anyone is looking at EV while they can say that we are promoting EV from air pollution perspective, but there's a general sense in the country that we don't want to miss the bus on, the EV industrialization, or for that matter, battery, revolution that is taking place. These are solid industrial policy, which has huge, environmental benefits. So I think there is merit to keep working on environmental side, but I think there is a lot more merit to look at economic and social side of policy and program to push for this. I just also want to add a little bit that health is a limiting narrative. Okay, we have used health narrative for a long time for air pollution. It's not that the health narrative has not been used for decades. At least for a decade, health impact study has been out on air pollution. But it's a limiting narrative suitable to a certain class of people, okay, for whom these health numbers are important. It is not for the masses. So I think only looking at health as air quality narrative is not going to be sufficient. I think we will need health plus narrative as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bhushan. This is really a very crucial point on how we need to marry the economic and social policies to kind of get the environmental co-benefits. We are on top of the hour, and this was when the session was supposed to end. But if there are any questions from the audience, we can take one or two questions. Yes, there's...
Sir, I have a question on cool roof. Whether it has been implemented individually by the residents or urban local bodies also involved in that, or how the project is taken off?
Thank you. Because of the cost associated with it, it's a very low-cost solution that has been in Ahmedabad, where we have been working, and in some other cities where we've been working. It's been seen as a solution for the low-income neighborhoods. So for this particular segment of the population, the municipal corporations have kind of supported pilot implementations. They've also tried to loop in CSR funding for this. But on the other end of the spectrum of things is building efficiency. That's where you have these different rating programs, and you have those kind of efficient interventions which are on the other end of the spectrum, but which have also a similar impact.
It's for commercial and residential also?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
There are two hands at the back.
Thank you. Thanks for the panelists over here. And past 10 minutes hearing from Mr. Bhushan and other panelists, it was looked like more like a debate than being coming to the point directly. The point is like when Mr. Bhushan made a point like people are well aware about coal and its emissions, and local people are more aware about air quality issues. And when panelists started responding like what next for government policy or governance policy, I just started observing like there were points like we can add air quality, we can add climate, we can add plus narratives as well put by Mr. Bhushan. My thought or my look for from the panelists, like than saying plus narrative, why the governance or the policy drafting is not being done at systems thinking level? What may be the lack or what are the steps that as a policy maker has to think than saying like these are the silos, why the thoughts are not went on systems level. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Bhushan?
Oh, yeah, you. No, system level thinking is important, but you have to also understand how policy making is done in this country. We have aversion to involving people. Okay, I'll be as open as that. We find it easy, both from the civil society as well as from the government, to deal with less number of people. It's less chaotic. Okay, but system thinking is chaotic. It is not linear. Okay. So the policy making in this country, the way it is done, it's almost like that the policy should have been made yesterday, not today. So there's a very short time that is used. The capacity of the government to internalize a lot of system issue is not there. Something that needs to be built over a period of time. But it is not only true for India, it is true for across, even Europe doesn't use system thinking for all the things, okay? So let me say that your suggestion is absolutely what should be, but I think it's a long way away where, system thinking will be used to draft policy and move ahead, but something that we need to keep trying.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, one more at the back, please.
Question is to Dr. Hello, Dr. Johnson.
Please go ahead.
And there will be. Hi, Dr. Johnson. This is Dr. Keval here. We know that there is an energy crisis in Europe, and in this winter, when there is a fuel price is already high, how do you see the situation? Basically, people will use more coal or wood-based, and will that increase the problem? And how your model or your suggestion include those scenario, or have you thought about those things? So how the Europe is going to address that? Thank you.
Dr. Janssen, would you like to take this?
Yes, I'm not so familiar with the situation in India, but I think it's similar to what we are experiencing in Europe these days. And indeed, the energy crisis is hitting hard on the environmental system, I would say. What is now a major concern, I think all over Europe, but I think it's a global problem, that people step away from gas just due to the energy prices and start burning solid fuels again, like wood or coal, cheaper fuels at hand. And that is a real concern. And okay, I think we've seen some increases in PM concentrations over the last winter, but it's expected already now that the upcoming winter, we will see a significant increase in PM concentration just due to these high energy prices, especially for gas, which is used abundantly in our country. So that's a major concern. And I don't have a clear solution for that right now, but it's a reality.
Any further questions? There's one at the back.
Yeah, I'm Kailas Pandey. Question to Dr. Vijay from Hyderabad. A high concentration of aerosol inhibits lightning activity and thunderstorm activity. And as you said that in your study, it has been not only your, many studies found that IGP is most vulnerable due to aerosols. So most of the rain nowadays, not nowadays, since 2008, it has been observed that over IGP, mainly over eastern UP and northern Bihar, most of the rain occurring due to thunderclouds. So in short duration, more amount of rainfall is occurring. So it is affecting to our agriculture aspects. And again, it is matter of economy and livelihood, as it was discussed in the previous panel. So we have not only to the health and not only to the specific sector, we have to see, we have to go through all the correlated and cross-cutting issues into our planning and all.
Right, yeah, that's a good question. I'll try to be as short as possible. Recently, we published one study where we showed that there is what is called aerosol-induced cloud invasion. What that means is if you have more aerosols in the atmosphere, you probably have more and more taller clouds. So as what you said, there are more thunderstorm activities, which will suppress the warm rain, but which will enhance the cold rain, and that's the reason why we get heavy rainfall over a very short period of time. So that is a simpler answer that I could give you. Yeah, thank you.
In your study, it is well understood that over central India, this concentration of aerosol is more. Now it is increasing in increasing order. So during 2022, in monsoon periods, more than 70% rainfall occurred from the thunder clouds. So these are the happening in the India, not only in India, in I think every part of the world actually.
I didn't get his question.
Yeah, central India in 2022,
yeah.
Most of the rainfall occurred due to thunder clouds.
Okay, okay.
So it is correlated with the AOD actually.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because Cape and there are winds here, everything is correlated with the AOD.
Thank you so much. I think we are over the hour, and I know we are eating into the next session. This has been, in fact, I think clearly there is no time lag. We are living in times of climate change, and we are experiencing them in real time. I think 2022 was literally the heat waves we experienced in India and globally in Europe, what we are seeing right now, China, etc. It's clear that the solutions are there, and the policy kind of needs to see how it can break through and implementation can happen. But if I may just thank our eminent panel here, thank you so much for being here and all your insights and giving us the time. Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers for arranging this.
Thank you, Gunjan ma'am, and all the panelists for conducting this session. I would just request Dr. Pratima to give away the token of appreciation to our panel members and the chair. We'll have a tea break, very quick one. So I would request everyone to take their tea or coffee and just bring it to the hall, because we want to start this next session in just 5 minutes. So, the number game, putting a number to our losses. Here we will be exploring the economic loss due to air pollution on the society, environment, and occupational health. The session will be chaired by Professor Ravindra Khewal. I would request the chair as well as the panelists to be please on the stage. Dr. Ramachandra T, Dr. Basha Khan, Dr. Harshal Salve, Dr. Rahul Patil. Yes. I would like to introduce Professor Ravindra Khewal. He is a professor at the Department of Community Medicine and School of Public Health at Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. He has worked for 5 years as scientist in Center for Atmospheric and Instrumentation Research, University of Hertfordshire, United Kingdom. He led the development of Health Adaptation Plan on Air Pollution and Center of Excellence under Ministry of Health. He is a nominee member to WHO by Government of India under MUFCC. He has an H index of 50 and around 12,000 citations. So now I would like to give the stage to Professor Ravindra Khewal.
Thank you. Thank you for this excellent, I will say that this is the point where just before the tea, we were talking that we need to move away from health and it should be health plus plus. But no, you need to bring only one plus, and that is health. Because either it is environmental health, either it is public health and our children health. If we need to talk about, we need to be serious about our own health, our planetary health. So all these issues, when you talk about how to address this one health, then only you will understand, and COVID has shown this. So we have excellent medical professional here, those who have shown the path and the light for the future direction, and we will be having some interesting discussion. So I would like to read briefly about Dr. Ramachandran, who is a child specialist, and if we look at, he has worked mainly on the birth outcome and modeling and research. So thank you, Professor Ramachandra, joining us. Then we have Dr. Basa Khan. Dr. Basha Khan is a senior consultant in pulmonology, and he's a medical director of lung transplant from Narayana, I will say, and he's the one who has really, when we say that where the air pollution impact, and he's the one who is doing the lung transplant. So let us hear his view also today with some, I will say, very, we can say, naive question which has been prepared for today. Then we have Dr. Harshal Salve, who is the faculty in charge of Comprehensive Rural Health Service Project at AIMS, New Delhi, which is nearby. This community health center is there in Ballavgarh. He has represented WHO, basically, and also many other international organizations. And he's the key person for this collaboration or collaborative on air pollution and health effect research in India, which is known as CAFR India. So he will be briefly talking about means how can you be a part of it and can expand the horizon of your research to that. Then we have Dr. Rahul Patil. He's a cardiologist from Sri Jayadeva Institute of Cardiovascular Science and Research. If you look at, he has, if you look at more than 5,000 OPD and many cath labs and angioplasty. So you can think about, because sometimes these are the two key, either it's cardiovascular or your lung health which is being impacted. So we will be initiating this session because we hear just that health could be, let's say, plus, but no, we need to bring a number. And why there is a need to bring this number, probably this session will be able to tell. We know that we have global burden of disease data, 2017, almost everyone will be familiar, where there says that out of 7 deaths, 1 could be attributed to air pollution only. Or if we look at it, is basically out of total pollution, means 7, you can say, million deaths could be responsible only because of the air pollution. Yes, we are putting a number because this number matters to our children. But let us, with all the panelists, I will start with Dr. Ramachandran. You have a presentation, Dr. Ramachandran? So I think he will speak on his own. So let us hear what he would like to talk about this putting a number to our deaths, and that is which is affecting our children specifically. Thank you.
Presentation is coming. Yeah, I have the pointer. Is the presentation? Yeah, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm presenting here on behalf of a collaborative team from Translation Health Science Technology Institute, Faridabad, my previous institute. Currently, I'm in Pondicherry Institute of Medical Sciences. This is, the whole idea of presenting this data is from a research study, is to see how numbers are important and what kind of numbers we are looking at and what we are trying to, how we try to move forward in terms of generating evidence
when it comes to linking air pollution exposure to outcomes. And particularly our group is interested in maternal child health. So I'll be presenting on association between antenatal exposure to ambient air quality and pregnancy outcomes. So as Dr. Kelwal said, already there is data emerging that linking air pollution to pregnancy outcomes, to health outcomes in the large, and there has been emerging evidence on pregnancy outcomes also, maternal child health outcomes also. Like 5 years back when I started my thesis in my PhD, the question of association or the link between air pollution and pregnancy outcomes was not clear. That was a big question. But that time only my mentor said, no, by the time you complete your PhD, there will be multiple evidence which will come. How are we going to take a step forward? What is the next question one needs to address? And that's where there were some specific unanswered questions. Yes, of course, reducing air pollution is going to help pregnancy outcomes just like any other health outcomes. But it will take 10 years. And every day nearly 80,000 women get pregnant just in our country. We can't wait till 10 years to save those babies, those pregnancies. We have to do something about it. Let's generate some new evidence regarding that. So some unanswered questions were, is there a threshold above which the complications are remarkably high? So do we know that, even when we have high air pollution exposure, do we have a range after which it's prohibitively high? And is there a period, a vulnerable period during pregnancy? Is it the first trimester or the second trimester or the third trimester? So can we do something about it? So, and among those who have been already exposed, can we do some mitigation? So these were the questions that we started with, and our primary objectives were to determine association between exposure to mean PM2.5 concentration from first trimester of pregnancy to delivery with the risk of preterm birth and fetal growth restriction. And we also wanted to look at, is there any mediating factors for these preterm birth as well as for fetal growth restriction? So these questions were asked in a cohort, which is called as Garbini cohort. This is a cohort of pregnant women. Just now we have completed 10,000. The idea is to enroll 12,000 pregnant women who come for their antenatal care in Gurgaon Civil Hospital and follow them up till the end of their delivery. And during that period, an array of investigations and clinical history are all collected. So we decided that we would do an exposure assessment of air pollution, both ambient as well as household air quality data, and look at the relationship between that air pollution exposure and pregnancy outcome. So we collaborated with Professor Sagnik Dey and his group at IIT Delhi for exposure assessment. We are health researchers basically, so we collaborated with exposure scientists to get the ambient air quality data. So this was done by Professor Dey based on his previous work, which I have cited. So mean PM2.5 during pregnancy for every month was calculated, and then a mean of that was taken as exposure for the entire pregnancy, and if it is for first trimester, first 3 months were taken. And the two major outcomes that we were interested is preterm birth, which is any live birth less than 37 weeks of gestation. Normally a baby is expected to be born around 40 weeks of gestation. And fetal growth restriction is when the birth weight is smaller for the gestational age that the pregnancy has passed on. We also wanted to look at, as I said, some intermediate outcomes. What mediators, if there is an association with preterm birth, is there a mediator which we can intervene upon? Similarly, if there is a fetal growth restriction association, is there a mediator which we can intervene upon? These were the two questions that we were looking at. And these are some of the results, and I would just warn you that these are not peer-reviewed yet. The inferences are stable, but the numbers may or may not be, depending on the peer review and the revisions that we make. So in the first graph, you see on the x-axis, you can see gestational age at delivery, on the y-axis, and PM2.5 concentration, the exposure to PM2.5 during the first trimester in the pregnant women on the y-axis. So you can see somewhere around 100 to 110 microgram per ml of air of PM2.5. From there on, there seems to be a relationship which says that from there on, for every 50 microgram per ml PM2.5 increase in exposure, there could be approximately 1 week reduction in gestational age at delivery. So there seems to be some dose-response relationship to that. And if you look at the next graph, where we have plotted cervical length at 30 to 32 weeks in the third trimester on y-axis and PM 2.5 on x-axis, there seems to be a fairly linear relationship. For every 50 microgram ml per increase in PM 2.5 concentration exposure, the cervical length decreases by 0.5 centimeter. So putting these two together, one would hypothesize that, yes, air pollution exposure is associated with short gestational age or preterm birth, and that could probably because of reduction in the cervical length. If you look at the next outcome, which is our fetal growth restriction, where we have looked at birth weight at delivery on y-axis, similarly at around say 90 or 100, after which there seems to be a linear reduction in birth weight as the PM 2.5 exposure increases. And if you see the second graph, that plots the umbilical artery pulsatility index. If the index is high, the uterine artery blood flow, the umbilical artery blood flow, which is mother to baby blood flow, is reduced. So when the number is high, the blood flow is reduced. And if you can see, at least in the early part, from 50 to 100 microgram PM 2.5 exposure, there seems to be a linear increase in umbilical artery PA, which means that there is a linear reduction in blood flow to the baby, and that's probably leading to birth weight. And of course, these are some interim analysis, the preliminary analysis. We need to do much more causal relationship analysis, causal inference analysis, and mediation analysis to test whether our hypotheses that we are making are important. What do these results mean for pregnant women? There seem to be some specific periods of vulnerability, as I said before. Particularly for preterm birth, it's the first trimester, and for small for gestational age, it seems to be third trimester. And the association between air pollution exposure and cervical length and reduced uteroplacental blood flow suggests there is a mechanistic pathway involvement, which means if you can intervene upon cervical length, of course, you need to intervene upon air pollution. That's for the entire country to do. But for as a physician, if I can intervene upon cervical length, if I can intervene upon umbilical artery blood flow, I might salvage some of these things, and I might rehabilitate these women who are already exposed to high PM 2.5 exposure. Of course, all these things can be done only after we design and implement randomized controlled trials and prove that these interventions do actually work. Thank you. I'll stop with this.
Thank you. Excellent presentation and well on time, basically. We have curtailed a bit. You see here that it is not the basically number, but even before a child take the birth, there is a evidence, basically. We know that there is a emission, then there is a concentration, then there is a exposure, then there is a exposure at target organ, and then you are seeing the health effect. So there is from association to causation, he is established, and then mechanism we need to identify. So there is a relationship here. Thank you, Dr. Ramachandran. Now I'm moving to Dr. Khan. He's the one who is basically taking care of our lung health and involved in you can say transplant also. And so there was a discussion here that air pollution in urban and rural area is different. So do you really see when a person is coming from urban area, rural area, in lung health, there is some difference, or how you have observed?
Thank you very much. First of all, sincere applaud to all the stakeholders for organizing this wonderful conference. Now coming to the question, I think it is not straightforward as it seems. You have, I would divide Indian population in urban, semi-urban and rural. And it's, although on paper it looks like rural people are unscathed and they are not having any issues, but when you look more deeper, the picture is totally different. Now all our industries have shifted to semi-urban areas or village areas, and but there are some differences. In rural areas, you have more of indoor pollution as compared to urban areas. But coming to the effect, urban and rural, both are having same challenges. And the outcomes and the effect is more or less same, and it has been published also. Whatever I'm going to quote is from 2019 Lancet data, where they did air pollution and lung health. So that data clearly showed that there's no difference between urban and rural population. Maybe there are some pockets different, but air is you can't segregate. The air goes from state, it has no boundaries. It goes from city, village, semi-urban areas.
Very rightly highlighted, air pollution has no boundary and it is impacting both the urban and rural population. So a key message from a, you can say, person who is transplanting the lungs almost every week. Now, what are the, I will say, strategies or policy you are seeing at the local level or state level to improve the lung health and how they can address with this increasing burden of pulmonary disease?
Again, data is very important. I would like to, before I address this question, I would also like to tell you about the impact of the disease. So, unfortunately, we lost around 5 million people in COVID wave, while every year we are losing around 1.9 million due to air pollution. So 3 times. So it's an undeclared pandemic, which really, it comes occasionally in meetings or whenever there's a change, sometimes seldomly in media also, spurt happens, but it is not sustained discussion as it was, attention was given for COVID. Moreover, it is killing more people in India as compared to malaria, HIV, TB, if you combined all those things. So it is really creating a lot of trouble, and it is having consequences, and it is not only it is having health related, it is having economic consequences also. Around 1.8% of our GDP is lost because of that, though we spend only 3 to 4% on health. So you can see the impact, how it happens. And it has also shown in Lancet paper that if we address the air pollution goals, we average Indian life can increase by 1.7. Now coming to how to, what actions we are taking. I think it needs action planning from top to bottom, from everywhere, from decision-making bodies, then state level, local level, and everyone is trying his best, but in silos. The major problem is lack of coordination. But definitely things are changing a lot, and people are trying. So I'll share you one anecdote. When I was in Toronto, I never felt a need of driving a car. I was always using metro when you have a fantastic transport system, while in Bangalore, it's totally different. So these intervention, although all these things make a huge impact. On other thing which we are doing is, at least at Narayana, we have totally moved to EMR. We are totally paperless hospital, and our goal is also to be paperless in another 1 year. Most of us are moving to EMR, and it has been strictly implemented. I feel proud that we are the first few hospitals which has done that. And then at the community level, also things are happening. I live in Electronic City. You have Electronic City Industrial Organization, and they're trying to create more awareness. You can see they have e-toilets. They have provided buses who are running on CNG, and there's a talk about EV. So it's going to be a multiple prong approach, and this is the way to go forward. And I always say prevention is better than cure. So to address to nip the bud, that is the first thing, because once you develop these diseases, there is less possibility or less options to whatever damage has happened to recover. So, and I don't want anyone to reach transplant. And it has cost also. If you go to any transplant center, although these are rare, it is going to cost you at least 50 lakhs. So if we start using it for prevention, it is going to be much more rewarding for the government as well as at the local Indian population.
Thank you indeed. Basically, the prevention is better, and probably where the government is also focusing, and they bring this national program on climate change and human health, under which they have, you can say, various center of excellence. Dr. Salve is associated with air pollution and cardiovascular disease. We are on air pollution related illness at PGI Chandigarh, and the focus is on to generate data. And for that, basically, a system is being developed, and training and capacities also being organized. So these are the things, basically, from the center to state and to the primary health center level, the focus is being there, and public-private partnership could add to that. So Dr. Khan, while you are operating, basically, and a patient, where would you advise? Let's say someone is from Delhi. So after the transplant, basically, what are the risk factor, or how do you see, is it related to the occupational health, means what, or where he should live for a while so that it yield the successful result?
Valid question, and I'm going to, somehow these are real scenarios. So when I was coming back to India, my colleague, who is a Canadian, he showed me where you are going. I said, I'm a North Indian, either I will go to Delhi or Bangalore. He showed me the air quality data. So while I was unaware, you see, this is the lack of awareness. We are not, but in Western world, there is so much awareness. So they said that don't take your family to Delhi. Better you avoid going. Now coming to the second, when the transplant happens, I have an Indian friend who migrated to Canada, and I was involved in his transplant care. He is 70 plus, and he got transplant in 2016, and our department, and within 1 year, he was totally fine, doing everything, and he said that, now I want to go to my native place, and Delhi. It was totally no for him to travel for 2 years at least. Now COVID pandemic came, and now they have suggested him, you can go to Bangalore, and he's landing right now in within few hours in Bangalore, because they have a trust that if something goes wrong, I'm there. But he also plans his trip after reviewing the pollution data. So definitely, if you have a transplant, and when you're going for such a major decision, I would suggest to move to place where you have less exposure. And I made a voluntary decision. I'm the example, and even my brother. So because what impact it has on you as well as for our children. While I was coming to India, I was thinking they are growing up, and if they go for football or cricket or outdoor activities, what they are going to inhale when they are in Gurgaon or Delhi. So it was not one of the major decisions, but it definitely, in back of my mind, it led me to decide where I am going to settle. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Khan, for your excellent responses. Indeed, what we learn here is that, okay, number does not matter, but some personal experience are more than the number. So I learned that we will be having a presentation from Dr. Harshal Salve. So I invite him for a brief presentation, and then we will move to Dr. Patil for some questions.
Yeah, namaskar, and good afternoon to all of you here. And first, thank to CSTEP and Dr. Pratima for inviting me for this excellent conference, and Professor Khayawal for chairing the session. So I think we, as a health professional, I can clearly see are in the minority in this hall. So that clearly put up one question: why the health professionals are not here? Because there is a lack of communication, there is a lack of partnership. So that's what I'm going to talk about, my brief talk about the partnership which is required to take research agenda on air pollution and health effect in India forward. Because I believe firmly that science gives answer to every problem in this world. And for the science to have effective science, you need to two things. First, to carry out a good research, a very robust, a valid research. And second, and the most important thing is the research communication, both upward as well as downwards. Upward, I means to the policymakers, and downwards to the beneficiaries, to the consumers, to the patient here, right? So these two are the critical. So here when we talk about the partnership, here I'm going to give an example, or it's a case study for us, the AIMS and IIT Delhi collaboration, what we are doing since last 4 years. From IIT Delhi, we have our good friend Dr. Sagnik Day in our partnership. So the K for India, that is collaborative for air pollution and health effect research in India, is we have launched last year. So it's very at the nascent stage. So the objectives are to build a partnership among research institutions to develop or implement research studies, health effects of air pollution, and to facilitate development of collaborative project. Again, as I'm saying partnership, in the current form, we have the collaborations from almost 50 institutes, almost more than 150 researchers who are part of the K for India, and also to conduct a capacity building workshop so that the health side come to know what is exposure scientists, the climate scientists are doing, and climate scientists came to know what health people are doing, what are the available resources we have. So this is the structure of the K for India. We have a secretariat at AIMS, AIMS Delhi, and we have the expert advisory group, the steering committee, and the network partners, which are from the all sort of possible stakeholders we have. So these are our steering committee members. So they are, you can see from the epidemiologist, biostatistician, to the climate expert, and we have the demography expert in the form of Dr. Chattopadhyay from IIPS. So this is our secretariat at AIMS Delhi. The Sagnik Day is our partner in K for India. So these are the major activity domain we do in the K for India. One is the capacity building of the young researchers from both climate exposure scientists and the health scientists, the supporting research to carry out the research proposal and the research, building a network for the capacity building and advocacy and the research communication. So these are just a few glimpses of the K for India activities done so far. It was jointly launched in October by the Director AIMS and Director IIT Delhi in the workshop. We have conducted two workshops so far for early career researchers in the month of October last year, and recently in the month of May at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, which was attended by the young researchers, almost 50 young researchers. They have chosen for the workshop and they have attended this workshop. Then we also have a CAFR webinar series, which we focus on, particularly on the young researchers to develop their capacity for taking small, important basic topics related to health effect and air pollution related domains. And this is the outcome of a K for India so far. So we have able to develop 5 working groups under this K for India. The 5 research proposals, a collaborative multi-centric research proposal are developed so far, and few of them are already submitted for funding. So one group is on air pollution and the child health and maternal health, air pollution, communicable diseases, and development of exposure models and exposure on the chronic disease. Again, the chronic diseases which are contributes to the major to the premature mortality in the country, how we can link these two. And third, last one and the most important, effectiveness of the existing interventions. The accountability research, what we usually call it, about what works, what doesn't work. So these are 5 working groups, and I'm happy to invite our young researchers to join these working groups and contribute effectively in the research, taking research forward. So this is a air health bulletin which we are taking out for a CAFR India, which will going to highlight the CAFR related activities. Also the science news, the new science, which doesn't find place in other journals, or if any young researchers want to sort of communicate their research finding to the public domain, we'll like to include that in our air health bulletin, the K for India newsletter. We have this interactive website of K for India, which will give all bibliography will be synthesized in this website, and it is available for public to use. So these are things we want to achieve: the collaborative research proposals, the review papers, policy brief and effective policy implications, capacity building, workshops in advancing the research in India, and dedicated knowledge network for continued interaction for taking research agenda forward. So all the young researchers can join K for India. The researchers who are currently engaging in the cohort, various cohort, can also combine and join their activity, and we can inbuild our air pollution related research in that existing cohort. And also the people, we are in this room, we have the people who are working in the community, the NGOs, the private sectors. They can also participate and taking this research agenda forward. Another example, we also have this DRIVE project, which is Delhi Research Implementation and Innovation, tackling air pollution, Delhi NCR. Through this, we have worked on these two packages at AIMS, the engagement with the farmers related to understand their issues related to parali burning. You all know that this is one of the important cause for air pollution during winter season in Delhi NCR, and also to do a health benefit analysis from the intervention. Under this, we did a qualitative research, and we discussed with all stakeholders related to agriculture in Delhi NCR, the CPCB, the farmers, the farmer boards which are there, the panchayat members and all. And after discussion, we observed the following things, which are the facilitators. Facilitator means which have sort of promote the parali burning or non-availability of any alternative for their parali is important and one of the most sort of contributing factor for parali burning. Rapid crop cycle, you all know this, all are the, because of this green revolution, the northern part of the country, especially in the agriculture sector, they are used to the rapid crop cycle. So because of that, they have to, in the harvesting season during winter, they have to take down this parali, which is a stump which is remaining after harvesting quickly. So that's why they just, it is very convenient to them to sort of burn it. And lack of intersectoral coordination. There is a big sort of lack in the intersectoral coordination. When I mean intersectoral, it's agriculture, health, agriculture and PRI, Panchayat Raj Institution, the public engineering department. So all this, because they don't know what they are doing with respect to the issue of air pollution and its impact on health, particularly in the rural areas. Coming to the barriers, the awareness generation, there is a lack of awareness related to the impact of air pollution on health. If you see in the winter season who are in the monitoring of the air pollution, in Delhi the air quality, if you see the equator crosses 500, 450. But you don't see people falling on the roads, right? So that's what the question people ask, how does this matter if even if air pollution, air quality is 500? Nobody is affecting right now, right? Even if it's an accident, people die immediately, heart attack, people die immediately. So this is an important sort of, I will say, the psychological message we have to give in the research communication, that air pollution has a short-term impact as well as a long-term impact. So this was, we found that is lacking, particularly in the rural areas, right? And the financial penalties that is identified as a barrier because government has, every state government has launched financial penalties for farmers for who they burn their paralis. So there are few, I think Dr. Khaiwal also reported the decrease in the parali burning in the recent time that may attribute to the financial penalties. And the subsidies and alternative. There are some alternatives which are available, for example, happy seeders, though there is required for subsidy from the government side so that the uptake can be increased, so that parali burning can be addressed. So this is another component of our DRIVE project where we have seen the relationship of OPD consultations related to cardiac diseases and the respiratory diseases in the urban population in Faridabad district. You can see there is a clearly correlation. There was a correlation, we did it, the evidence available with respect to the IPDs, the admissions due to the exacerbation of the chronic respiratory disease. But the OPD diseases, OPD level consultations also, they are linked more with the sort of 7 days lag. Like after 7 days, the impact of air pollution or a high PM 2.5 level has been seen with respect to the OPD consultation. And this is a third component of our DRIVE project where we synthesize the evidence of what works, what doesn't work. This is under process of publication, where the community-based interventions such as traffic rationing system and industry level regulations has been found to be working with respect to decreasing all health-related morbidities and the mortalities. And household level interventions, for example, air purifier, electric heaters, improved cook stoves, and behavior-related interventions have found to be effective locally with respect to decrease in the mortality and the morbidity to the in the few studies. We are in the process of doing the individual intervention level meta-analysis so that we'll come to know what exactly, what's the number sort of with respect to the various interventions linked to it. This is the third collaboration we did with respect to mortality estimation. Again, for the policymakers or for the community, it is more important how you give message. So mortality is the important message we really have to give in our research communication, how air pollution related with the mortality. So this we did in our field practice area, which we have 100,000 population we monitor in the Ballabgarh block of Faridabad district. Here you can clearly see there was a 10.5% increase in the all-cause mortality with monthly PM 2.5 increase by 10 units. So again, this is an important finding we got from our collaboration, and it is being presented in the scientific conference and will be published. So the newer opportunities for the research, briefly before I conclude, the diabetes metabolic disorders, again important, that contributes majority of the disease burden in the population. So there are evidence which are generating from the developed countries linking diabetes mellitus and the air pollution, though there is a scope of research, particularly in a developing country like India. So this is a good opportunity for all who are engaging in the cohort studies or trying to engage into it to generate evidence related to diabetes mellitus and other metabolic diseases with the air pollution. This is a small research. We did the meta-analysis of linking mental illness in the form of depression and the particulate matter exposure. Again, there was a strong evidence which is available. We need further research in the country like India where the more substantial evidence can be generated. So these are the other sort of area where there is a need of research to be done, so that will strengthen our pitch for addressing air pollution, both to the policymakers as well as to the general public with respect to the common cancers, cognitive outcomes among the children, the newborn outcomes as presented by the previous speakers, and most importantly, accountability studies. What works, what doesn't work? Does air purifier works really? The smoke towers are really working? Because it should not happen that just by the sake of doing, we are doing traffic rationing. Just by the sake of doing, we are installing the big smoke towers just to score some political goals, right? So this is a responsibility of the research community and all of us to advise our policymakers as well as our consumers, the population and the patients, to what is working, what you should do and what you should not do on the basis of the robust scientific data.
Thank you.
So this is, just to conclude, this is how the people can join. We have the social media network also for the Care for India. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salve. Indeed, he deserves a great applause because this is the true leadership. We are not only engaging the professionals, but also building the capacity of the young researcher. So great effort by Dr. Salve and other colleague, Dr. Day. And so this is the true leadership, from data to analysis to evidence and then the policy influence. So now we also have with us Dr. Rahul Patil. And you must understand that bringing, I will say, a cardiologist is a challenge. In PGI Chandigarh, I tried several times knocking their door. They come and we have tea also, but bringing them on a research table is always a challenge. So what interest bring you to the air pollution?
So basically, 5 years back when I finished my cardiology from Cochin and joined Jayadeva Institute, and for people who are not aware that Jayadeva Institute is one of the largest dedicated cardiac center in the world right now. It has more than 1,800 beds. So when I joined here, what came across was that every single day we were having almost 3 to 4 admissions of heart attack patients who are under 40 years. So it was this which really opened my eyes, and then we started off something as a PCAD clinic, which is basically premature coronary artery disease clinic. It deals with heart attack in youngsters. And to have a number like 3 to 4 admissions per day in just a single hospital is something very alarming. And you will be surprised to know that in the last 5 years, so basically this program was started off in 2017, and now in 2022, in the last 5 years, we have more than 5,000 patients, all under 40 and patients with heart attack. And we have had almost, very sadly, we have had almost around 225 to 240 deaths have happened in the last 5 years. And we basically clubbed all of these patients in a single cohort, and we started studying them. I mean, we just had a PCAD clinic which was helping them with the future treatment and rehabilitation after a heart attack. But when we studied the risk factors, we found many alarming facts. Like we found that almost like 29 to 30% of them did not have any risk factors, neither were they diabetic, smoker, or any family history, cholesterol, no traditional risk factors. So that is what made me get into this research aspect of it. So, I mean, when we have the relatives of the patients coming to us and telling us that he doesn't have any risk factors, no bad habits, then why would he have a heart attack? So that is when we started researching into this. We had a collaboration with institutes like St. John's Research Institute, and we started looking up through this data. And a few interesting points which we had mentioned was that almost 30% of these patients, that means if you take it for 5,000, almost 1,500 to 1,800 of them were actually cab drivers or auto drivers. So that is what made us a little bit more inclined towards this aspect of air pollution. Although we are working on various other novel risk factors, like for instance, they say the South Asian Indian population has a high genetic risk towards heart disease. We are all as a population, as a community, more prone to heart disease. So that is one aspect where we read the genetics part of it. There is another aspect where we talk about the urbanization of rural areas part of it. And the third aspect of it was the air pollution part. And this air pollution part comes out when we see that these 30% of them were belonging to a particular profession. So then that is when we started going more into depths of this analysis. And thankfully we, in association with St. John's Research Institute, we have written up a proposal wherein we plan to develop an app, because just saying that 30% of the patients of heart attack were drivers, that wouldn't make you cannot really achieve anything by that. So you need to really prove your point. So we are in the process of developing an app where we will try to estimate the amount of exposure. And second part of it is just because drivers are having heart attack doesn't mean that it is air pollution. It could be their stress, it could be their dietary timing, it could be their work-related stress, lack of physical activity, and so many other factors. So we are trying to develop an app which will keep a direct track of the amount of exposure. Like for instance, if you track his movement on a Google map, probably you will be able to assess the amount of exposure he is having to different air quality indexes of that particular city. And second part of it, we are tracking their physical activity index of that particular driver. So the third part of it will be the dietary timing. So we are trying to focus on multiple aspects of causative factors for heart attack in such population. And but then if you go back to other studies, there are definitely certain experimental studies which have shown that a case where they have used gold nanoparticles which were as small in size as PM2.5 particles. And when people were made to inhale these gold nanoparticles, it was seen that those nanoparticles are going into the lung, and there is a alveolo-capillary membrane in the lung which filters out most of the bad pollutants. But these PM2.5 sized gold nanoparticles are actually able to penetrate the alveolo-capillary membrane, and further MRI studies were showing that those nanoparticles had actually deposited into the coronary arteries. So coronary arteries are the blood pipes of the heart. So it was seen that that gold had established there, and similar that actually explains the mechanism how PM2.5 can cause heart attacks. Like it goes and deposits in the coronary arteries, and once a foreign body gets deposited, obviously the body starts reacting. There is cholesterol deposition over that particular area, and which in terms becomes a clot or a blockage and leads to heart attack. So these are some of the experimental facts which push the thing towards air pollution. And also then definitely there is the MESA air study, which has made it very obvious. And after that, in fact, the American Heart Association has directly given a directive where it has spoken about relation of air pollution and heart attack. So it is no more a thing to be still discussed about. It is something which is definite. There is a role of air pollution in cases of heart attack. So that is the reason I think we all need to work in this direction, because when you talk about general population, most of them, when they talk about smoking or air pollution, they keep talking about the pulmonary aspect of it. They talk about lung cancer, they talk about asthma. But then what they don't talk about is the heart attack part of it. But then if you see, I mean, I think this is one way we'll be able to attract more attention, because nowadays if you see the lot of celebrities who are ending up with sudden cardiac deaths. And this kind of incidences are creating a lot of anxiety among people. So I think this aspect of it has to be studied, and not just studied, a lot of awareness needs to be created about air pollution and heart disease.
Excellent indeed. So if I summarize it, Dr. Patil has rightly mentioned, we have seen Saurav Ganguly got a stroke. We have seen Raju Srivastava. We have seen, because I belong to Haryana region, and that Sonali Fogart, she recently died because of a stroke. So, and he related it with the occupation. Also means probably the vulnerable population is also affected. And if we look at the GBD and WHO data also, what it highlight that apart from the lung element, basically, it also impact our health in other direction, either it's stroke, it's rheumatic heart disease, or core pulmonale, basically. So the impacts are more diverse, and nowadays, as Dr. Salve was highlighting, even not a single disease you can rule out which could not be associated with the air pollution. So now only thing is that we need to work upon the cohesion and build the linkage with the air pollution, and we are delighted to have this panel. And I will start with Dr. Khan for last minute comments, means our one-line response or message to the audience before we go for some question from the audience. Thank you.
One of my patient is admitted from Jharkhand for last 2 months. He's waiting for transplant. So I'm not going to make any comment, but he has sent me a message to be sent across the board. He is having silicosis, and his age is 42. He desperately needs a transplant. And he is telling me that although he left his job in 2014, the effect is now reaching to that level that he is bedbound for last 2 years. He has not seen the sun. He can't go out. And the most alarming thing is he lost all his colleagues who are working there. So out of those 8, he's the only one who is now living, and every day for him it's such a journey whether he's going to get a timely organ or no. So it is reaching a alarming level, and I think this is a right platform to when we make our further decision making, it should be taken in consideration. Thanks.
I think it's a very clear message. I remember a quote, and I would like to take this opportunity. Every person has an occupation. Every occupation has occupational risk. Occupational risk cannot be occupational risk cannot be cured, but they can be prevented. So we need to focus on that aspect, basically. So every occupation, but only prevention is the key. So, Dr. Patil?
Another point is, whenever we talk about occupational hazards, we have a tendency to talk about industries and coal workers, pneumoconiosis, and things like that. But what we need to know is that with so much of urbanization, now we need to talk about somebody whom is metro workers, it is the traffic constables, it is the drivers. So this is a different category of occupational hazards which has not been looked much into. So I think especially the metro drivers, I think because drivers and traffic police, probably there can be some control over their exposure. But when it comes to metro workers, I really, I wonder, because I have not looked much into it. So I think that is one point which has to be.
It's a very clear message. I remember OSHA, means Occupational Health and Safety Act, when it was introduced in around 70s in USA, how drastically it helped to reduce the death and disease burden. And now if we have these act in India also, DG Firstly and all other are working, but probably we need to strengthen our norms in these sector also. Thank you, Dr. Patil. Dr. Ramachandran.
So since most of us here are scientists, so I have two important messages that I thought I carry from my group also. One is we often talk about data and inferences from the data. So I think we must invest more time in collecting good quality data, whether it is from the exposure side or from the health side. Should avoid imprecision and inaccuracy, which are the two devils in data collection. So we should invest more in that. Second is from the analysis side. So often, even with the, historically, when smoking was linked to lung cancer, it was initially brushed off as just association. And epidemiologists often hear this from policymakers and people who have to act, saying that it's after all an association. Is there a causation to it? So I think one way to overcome that is adopting methods in analysis which can make actually causal inference out of observational data. Unfortunately, for toxic exposures like air pollution, you cannot conduct experimental trials to prove to people that it is actually causing problems. And we have to take message from the smoking and lung cancer history, where Hall had given the tenets of causal association or causation in causal inference. So only when we are able to prove a causal association between the exposure and the outcome, we will be able to convince people to act upon it. I think these two messages, I think we should keep as research in mind. Thanks.
Thank you. Indeed, means we are lacking data, and he's focusing on quality of the data. Reason being, when you see people basically, or the policy maker, what they say that we lack the data, and there are, when we also conduct systematic review and meta-analysis, actually, most of the studies, either cross-sectional or they are mainly associational one, and not the causation one, so that make our science bit limited, and the local evidence are not there. So when you go from cross-sectional to cohort, or I will say that a systematic review, which is more having a weight on the study outcome, they are lacking. But I'm sure that in near future we will have more such work to convince policymaker. And now I invite Dr. Harshal Salve, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Khaiwal. Taking cues from the last panel discussion, the narrative should be, yes, health plus economy. Because all our actions, with policy, daily action, should be addressing to the lives and the livelihood. Health affects the lives, and economy affects the livelihood. And the solution lies with the science. Science based on the three principles: leadership, partnership, and transparency. When I mean leadership, we have working in all diverse fields. We have to take lead, individual lead, not necessarily, and to contribute how much we can contribute in advancing science. Partnership, because nothing can be achieved in silos at individual level. So we have to do partnership because the causation is multifactorial, the solutions are multifactorial, and actions will happen at various levels. So the partnership is key. And transparency. Without transparency, without research communication, without sharing our findings, making our data public, nothing will happen at the ground level. So with this principle, I think we can address the problem, though it will take some time, because we have seen, just to cite one example, in 1950s, our maternal mortality was over 500. Now, after 75 years, we are able to sort of lower it down to 103, which was a recent updated report we have. So it took us time to achieve that, and I'm really hopeful that it will take time to achieve our target, but eventually we'll achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Salve. And he showed that it is health plus economy and transparency. So we invite any question, any query from our audience. Please. Please name to whom is your query, and be clear in your query. And one question at a time. Thank you.
All right. So this is a question for either Dr. Ramchandran or Dr. Salve. You know, the kind of the discussion today, it's an excellent panel. And the common theme was always PM 2.5, PM 10 basically. Even in your research, you know, the fetal health, maternal health, and heart, you know, why don't we actually talk about the sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, synergistic effects, antagonistic effects of all of these combined, actually? You know, that could give you different results. But I do see the narrative, the main pollutant being PM 2.5. What is your belief? You know, why is that in India? Why? Like,
so I think that comes from two important attributes of scientists in general. One is taking a surrogate for the exposure that we want to measure. So we feel that PM 2.5 is the representative of air pollution. So whenever we say effect of air pollution on a particular outcome, how do you measure air pollution? You reduce it to one parameter, and you master measuring that parameter. So I feel that reductionist approach is typically a mentality of particularly life science research. Because of complexity in analysis, that's another talk, why we are reductionist. Second thing is, when we started to look at this, we were faced with the same questions from our seniors and mentors, advisors. So why just this one? That's simply because the exposure science has matured so well in measuring PM 2.5 so accurately and precisely that we tended to believe that measurement much more than any other measurement. So that becomes easier. So I think convenience and reductionist mentality, I think they are driving most of these decisions which we make at research.
I completely agree with Dr. Ramachandra. Obviously, the research depends on whatever you can measure. Currently, we can able to measure PM 2.5 effectively, and I'm hopeful that as the science is advancing, we'll definitely cover other pollutants in our research studies and able to generate more evidence with the other parameters which are there related with respect to health outcomes. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good evening. I'm Akanksha from Mauritius. This is a air quality monitoring system manufacturing company. This session was really an eye-opener because seeing the numbers and what it affects to the health. I had read research papers and it said like air pollution do not have a direct implication on health, but this was really good. My question is inspired from Dr. Ramachandran's research. So my question has two parts. One is, should medical professionals being aware about the health implications on the pregnant women so critically, should they not recommend air purifiers and air quality monitorings in the rooms that women are resting? And the second part of the question is, are the hospitals rooms in India are equipped with these air purifiers or not?
Thank you. That's what I said. Answer lies in the science and the communication we do. We don't know, we really don't know air purifier works or not. I'm just saying it upfront. We really need to study that with the robust scientific design. So before recommending anyone, because people ask me or anyone, once the season starts in Delhi, I will say air pollution season from September onwards, they ask you, should we install air purifier or not? But I don't have a clear answer about it. Really, it is work or not, because there are multiple factors which plays a role. And as far as your question goes, again, the causation and multifactor is still there with in the maternal and child health also. As I said, the priorities are different at different levels, and it is different for different settings also. In the rural setting, the priority is getting delivered at the hospital. That is a priority. In the urban setting, getting delivered, and in the hospital which has good hotel-like hospital with the air purifier installed and everything is there. So priority is different depending on what can be done basically to have a good health outcome. So though your answer to your question is, though I will not recommend everyone for whosoever is sort of in the labor pain or in the pregnant to have air purifier, but I do recommend the routine health checkup and routine follow-up with the doctor. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just reminded, a small anecdote. So 30 years back, I was born and brought up in Neyveli, a small town which has got thermal power station in Tamil Nadu. So 30 years back, I had, even now I have bronchial asthma, and my dad asked my pediatrician as to what should I do for my kid to prevent these attacks from happening. And he said, you have to leave this place and go out. Are you ready to do that? He was advising avoidance of exposure, right? 30 years down the line, when you ask the same question, and as a pediatrician myself, in my line of work, when I am asked this question, my kid is going to school or my kid is going to go out, what should I do? Should we ask the school to put up a air purifier in their classrooms? So these are very tough questions. And when today, I'm not able to answer the question. My dad that day told, "Yeah, this doctor is a fool. He's asking me to leave this place." Today he will think of me and as a fool because I don't have an answer to that.
I have a question. From the Lancet data, it says that average Indian is exposed to around 90 PM25 around the year. So if I start using air purifier, how much is going to be the efficacy? Do you think it is going to come to around 40, which is Indian standard, or you can come to 10, which is the international standard?
I think it's a valid question by Dr. Khan, and it's highlight the importance. Basically, we are public health professional also by heart. And what is important is that we focus on control at source, which is the most economical, then along the pathway, and you are talking about at personal level exposure, where we are struggling to give the maternal and child health care, as highlighted by Dr. Salve. So we need to think about, and as highlighted by Dr. Khan, is that efficacy. Means when your infiltration rate is too high, how you will ensure that it remain the new WHO standard below that 10 microgram per meter cube. So we need to be more practical in solution and think about 140 crore, not few crore. So the solution should focus on specifically the marginalized population. So I have been against on the panel that time is over and you are running out. So what I would like to highlight here is that as a physician, as a public health professional, our focus is on those who are, you can say, in the last queue should get the solution to their door, and that with that, I will say, direction which has been also shown by Mahatma Gandhi ji, we will be working and serving the poorest of the poor and those who are affected by the pollution, and as well as trying to communicate for the policy influence. With this, I again thank the...
Sorry, one last question here.
And you will need at least 1 lakh for Delhi to put those purifier to really make an effect.
Yeah.
1 lakh at least.
And I'm sorry, those who are here, please meet us just after this session, because they are saying it is over even 10 minutes. I sincerely regret my colleague. Please, I'm sorry, and thank you, everyone. Thank you indeed.
Thank you all. So it was indeed an insightful session. And we agree with the panel and the chair that now we need to bring in numbers. We can't just keep talking about impacts of air pollution vaguely. So now I would request Dr. Pratima to hand over the token of appreciation to the panel and the chair. Dr. Patil has been Now we would like to invite our sponsors whose contribution has made this event grand. So I would like to call upon all the representatives of the sponsors to please come on the stage and for a few minutes we speak about your organization. I would request Google, TSI Instruments India Private Limited, Oizom, Aeron System Private Limited to please come on the stage, while Toyota Kirloskar Motor Private Limited will present tomorrow. Google, TSI Instruments India Private Limited. Okay, please. Oizom, Aeron System Private Limited and TSI Instruments India Private Limited. So please go ahead and take the stage.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to CSTEP for putting together this amazing platform. And my name is Devja. I am a program manager at Google. And you might all be wondering, what is Google doing at an air quality conference? Well, that's what my presentation is going to be about. So Google as a company needs no introduction, but we are more than just a search engine. As a company, we truly believe in building technology that helps enable a more sustainable and impactful future for the planet. This is not going to come as a surprise, but the time for climate action is ticking. According to UN IPCC, in order to save our planet, we need to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and cut all emissions in half by as early as 2030. So how does one go about saving the planet from a climate disaster? Here's a few things that we at Google are doing to help. First is empowering local authorities to make data-driven decisions. To help city officials measure their emissions and develop strategies for mitigation, we've developed the Environmental Insights Explorer platform, also known as EIE. EIE is a free online tool that makes unprecedented detailed information about a city's carbon emissions and air quality available. Data sets that once took years and multiple on-site measurements as well as resources to compile can now be accessed virtually by cities, reducing the cost and time investment that it takes, that oftentimes even prevents cities from taking timely action. Using location data from Google Maps, we infer emissions coming in from the transport sector within the city and attribute it to the specific mode type of transit, be it cars or two-wheelers. The emissions data in EIE is also GPC compliant, which makes it really easy for cities to use this data for reporting in their GHG inventories as well as climate action plans. For air quality, we've generated detailed maps that show block by block concentration of black carbon, PM2.5, and ultrafine particles, which cities can use to rework their city design with architects and planners and really think of a sustainable city for the future. These maps are actually helping pollution authorities in cities like London and Copenhagen pinpoint hotspots within the cities and take appropriate action to reduce pollution in those areas. The next effort that we are undertaking is building highly local data sets and knowledge in evidence of air quality issues. The air quality maps that you see in EIE today were generated by adding air quality sensors to street view fleets of cars that are capturing air quality measurements on roads in cities across the globe. This project is rightly called AirView, with the goal of making the invisible visible by mapping air quality. In India, we've taken a slightly different approach to generating these maps. We've partnered with local organizations like CSTEP and Orashore, empowering them to set up air quality monitoring networks in Indian cities. As part of our collaboration with CSTEP and ILK Labs over the last year, the CSTEP team has established 50 low-cost sensors in Bangalore, along with taking mobile measurements in different parts of the city. With the help of the data collected, we've been able to generate street-level air quality maps, along with a real-time sensor map that gives data covering almost 2/3 of the city. Similar to the work done by CSTEP in Bangalore, in Bhubaneswar, the Orashore team has deployed almost 30 sensors on public transit buses, covering PM2.5, PM10, NO2, and other pollutants, allowing for repeat measurements in stretches across the city and covering a wide range of areas across the city. They're also making this data openly available for research and public benefit. In addition to the data, all of the learnings and the best practices from these research projects have been published and made available for the benefit of the community at large through these reports. We really hope that these reports can help inform more organizations locally in setting up low-cost sensor networks in their cities and really open up their own data for reporting as well. Our third action in this space is to provide tools for air quality analysis and research so that it's not just the data that's being put out there, but you can actually generate scientific research and advance the understanding of these problems. I was really so happy to see that more than 60% of the posters, student posters today, make use of some form of remote sensing or satellite data to derive insights on air pollution. And with the launch of satellites like Sentinel-5P, which have dedicated multi-pollutant air quality sensors, it hasn't been easier to generate global trends and monitor global pollution activity. However, you can imagine that processing terabytes of satellite data is no easy feat. It requires a lot of compute and a lot of storage resources, which we are offering free of cost through the Google Earth Engine platform, making more than 70 petabytes of satellite data, including air quality and weather data, available as a free to use for research and non-profit purposes as a cloud API. With that, now scientists can really think big beyond city or state level studies. They can actually extend the work that they're doing to the country or even the global level and make a lot of large scale comparisons using the platform and the data. So these are actually some powerful visualizations that were computed in Google Earth Engine. To the left, you can see the aerosol plume from the 2019 Australian bushfires, and you can see them sort of moving across the Pacific Ocean. To the right, you can see the carbon monoxide concentration jumping because of the Amazon wildfires that took place in 2019, and it's really easy to visualize the massive difference created due to such incidents. Lastly, you can also lastly, you can also build dashboards like this that makes data from Tropomi available. There's a really neat time series analysis that is presented here, which can be then made available to authorities or researchers for further analysis. Last but not the least, the fourth and most important step is really building public awareness around air quality data and the issue, and making these insights available to every last mile user. We've partnered with local authorities like CPCB to put their CPCB monitoring data on Google Search, and very recently launched on Google Maps as well, so that air quality data, just like weather data, is now just a click away or just a Google search away. We've also encouraged the use of platforms like Google Earth that can make for really powerful visualizations, making complex data very easy to understand and share with the public, especially for folks like you who are in the research domain. You can see this really nice example of a story authored by Environmental Defense Fund, which actually shows air quality data over 24 hours on a weekday in different parts of the City of London. I'd just like to end my talk by thanking each and every one of you, each and every one of our local partners who've really been the driving force behind all of these projects that I was sharing today. We think of ourselves as just the tech enabler, but really it's all of you that are the experts, and we lean on you for the local knowledge. We invite more organizations to come and partner with us. We can't save the world alone. So thank you again to CSTEP and ICAS for giving us this opportunity, and looking forward to interacting with all of you over the next few days.
A very good evening to everyone. Thanks to Pratima and team for inviting us as a sponsor. We will be very happy to sponsor always these CSTEP events. And today I'm just going to present slightly differently what we have been doing so far and what we have learned today. So I'm from TSI. So my topic is recent trends in air quality and aerosol research. I put aerosol because the particles, whatever we are measuring in the ambient, we call them as aerosols. Aerosols are the particles which are suspended in air or liquid, but we are basically talking on the particles in the air. So this is my outline of the presentation. And TSI is a US-based company based in Minnesota. TSI is almost 60 years old company. We have been continuously developing instruments for air quality and aerosol research. And also we have different divisions for healthcare and HVAC systems and mask testing machines or filter media testing. And TSI is present directly in Bangalore. We have pre-sales and post-sales support and also application support here. So as I mentioned earlier, we are providing solutions for environmental healthcare, HVAC systems, and also research-grade equipment for atmospheric research. So I'm stressing here mostly on the ultrafine particles because whatever we are hearing as a PM2.5 or PM10, those are the particles above 300 nanometers. Because the particles which are below 300 nanometers, that cannot be detected easily by the light scattering or optical equipment because of the technical difficulties. So I'm stressing here more on the ultrafine particles, which are very harmful. Because these aerosols, when they emit, those are from the size of 1 nanometer up to few hundred microns. But most of the particles, if you put total number versus size, 90% of the particles will end at the 300 or 200 nanometers below of that. So there will be lakhs of particles below 200 nanometers. Only bigger particles will be at the higher size range. Very few number will be higher size range, but the mass contribution will be more. So we are talking more on the less number of particles which contribute more mass. I'm talking about here the more number of particles which are at the lower size range are not detected by the optical particle sensors. So the previous sessions, Dr. Patil and other people, they have clearly told the effect of the nanoparticles on the health. Okay, so there are other effects on the climate which I'm not going to talk, especially for the cloud condensation and ice nucleation studies and other aerosol optical depth. So especially after post-COVID-19, the awareness was increased, especially in the field of aerosols. So people learn how to, when to use the mask, where to use the mask, and especially in the contaminated zones, in the traffic places, and also in the hospitals. We are nowadays using the mask. And also the research was widened. Earlier, the most of the research was only limited to the certain fields of the academics. Now, more number of people are working in the bioaerosols, and people are working on the filter media applications, how to develop new air purifying systems or other aerosol filtering systems. And also, when you looked at the indoor air quality, people who are living in the homes, they were never cared about this air quality. Now people are using air purifiers, and in the big, the hospitals or in the larger working areas, open working areas like IT companies, they are putting up the filters, indoor air filters, HEPA filters. So those are the changes we have been seeing in last 1.5 years, especially I'm observing personally. So also, so these are the main changes I have been observed. And sorry, I'm going, So another thing what I observed is air quality networks or aerosol networks. Many people have been working on these air quality studies, but most of them are working in India. What I observe is they're working, with limited space. Like, they don't share, they don't talk much about their work. But what I personally observed in other countries when I worked in Europe or in the US, so they always share the knowledge, they always share the data, they always share for the public interest. Especially, this is the oldest network Aeronet, which they were using mostly the satellite data and some part of the ground-based data. They had from the data from the different sources, even for the ultrafine particles. And this is the new network which was established recently. It is the largest network in Europe, which is called Actress Network. It is meant for the aerosol cloud and aerosol clouds and trace gas analysis. They give guidelines how to measure the aerosol particles or air quality data, and also how to, even from the sampling, you cannot put simply probe you outside and measure. They have given clear guidelines at different weather conditions, at different atmospheric conditions, how to measure the data, how to process the data, how to present the data. So these three different aspects, they have clearly given the guidelines, and they're continuously monitoring. The data is not getting stopped just by measuring. It is, they are following up with each and every the researcher who is in this network. And this is for from ultrafine particles, from 10 nanometer up to 20 microns. 10 nanometer up to 10 microns. So they have been doing this, and also for the gases. Gases are equally important for air quality studies. And this is another best example. When I was doing my postdoc in Germany, that time we used a mass spectrometer which can give each and every particle chemical composition. Because the particles in the atmosphere, those particles are not with one single chemical component. One single particle can have multiple chemical components in that, because the sources are more. The particles are coming from different sources. So you have to understand in order to understand the sources, you have to do the chemical analysis. China has established something called superstations. Only 1.5 years, they have set up 180 mass spectrometers that gives a complete PM10, PM2.5 number chemical composition. That kind of data they had after 2017. In 2014, if you look at, they had highest number of polluted cities. Now, they are claiming that almost 30 to 40% pollution was reduced in last 7 years. That kind of thing happened only due to the very good quality data that Dr. Patil and Dr. Khan was stressed about, the good quality data. We are generating large amount of data by having different sources, but we need to have a good quality data. Okay, that data will be available. For example, Professor Asundi group and Professor Vijay Kanwadis, they have mentioned about they are doing very good job in terms of ultrafine particle monitoring. So such a kind of data, the particles, once it is emitted, they will grow and they will become PM2.5, PM10 or bigger particles. So if you measure them when they are in the smaller stage, when they are smaller size, it will be easy to control. It will be easy to detect. So that kind of mechanism we should have. And this is another thing what we have been seeing in the last 4 or 5 years. People have been using portable sensors. So that sensors can be very easily can be used in the household to very remote areas. These networks also very much useful to generate good quality data. And this is another trend which we have seen after 2015. People are using mobile monitoring devices, putting everything in a van or in mobile vans, and measuring the data, finding the hotspots. This kind of research also will be very useful to get the good quality data. And this is another thing which I want to mention. After 2017, Benelux countries and some of the European countries, they came up with the new regulations to measure particles in the particles emitted directly from the tailpipes. Even a small crack, you can't imagine how many particles it will generate. And if there is a small crack in the GPF or the filter or DPF filter or GPF filter, it will emit thousands of lakhs of particles. Normal opacity meter of the pollution control boards, what we have in the RTOs, those cannot detect those particles, the smaller particles, the small change in that DPF or GPF filters. So the Benelux countries, they came up with the new regulations in Europe. Every vehicle has to pass through periodical inspections, bi-weekly or bi-monthly or quarterly. They have to go for a mandatory inspection. They have to show that their filter has any problem. So these are very portable equipment. What I have shown here, those are the nanoparticle emission testers, because the particles which are emitting from the tailpipes, very large number of particles, but the size is just up to 500 nanometers. You cannot measure because they are high concentrations, they are high humid, high temperature. You cannot measure with the normal instruments. You need to have a sophisticated equipment to measure the particles from the tailpipes. Okay, so on just last slide, I'm showing you TSI is offering solutions from nanoparticle 1 nanometer up to 20 microns, particle sizing, number concentrations, mass concentrations, and also we can get other things like surface area and other stuff. We have solutions from research grade to sensor-based devices, reference grade equipment, and research grade solutions. For indoor and outdoor air quality, for both we have. And yeah, and we also have offline equipment like cascade impactors, which we call it as a MODI impactors. So these are some of the solutions which we have for air quality and aerosol research. I would be very happy to answer your questions. This is the new sensor which we recently launched, which we call it as a low-cost sensor. This can do both PM2.5 and different gases. And yes, so if you have any questions, please reach me out. Thank you. Any questions?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ayan Karmakar from OISOM. Firstly, thank you, Dr. Pratima, Anirban, and team at CSTEP for organizing this amazing summit. I think it's a great assembly of fantastic minds coming under one roof, discussing issues which we all know, but putting scientific evidences, the think tanks coming together and discussing the problems. That's just fantastic. What I'm not going to do is talk anything more on that, because I think we have all good sessions to do that. What I'm going to do is talk about one common issue that I think in all the sessions we saw, that data is the key. Good quality data, availability of data, how affordable it is, and I'm going to talk about a short journey of this Indian company making impacts all across the globe with a novel technology and creating solutions, or at least giving a good road towards finding solutions through our offerings. So we are OISOM. It's from India. It's a Make in India product. We're from Ahmedabad, making these low-cost sensor-based systems. Now, the idea behind OISOM was when we saw these huge and costly systems which were deployed, and people could not afford it for researchers or many such applications where they did not want a regulatory grade monitor. They wanted something indicative and then get some trend lines and then make some decisions, or at least come to some solution towards taking it up. So that's where we identified the need for a system like that. And today we have reached across 50 countries when people have actually acknowledged that this is something that's the need of our, and across 25 global cities are right now using our systems to one or the other way solve the problem of air pollution with good data. Yeah. So when we all know these kind of data, and I'm not going to say that, but these were alarming for us when we found this problem, and we wanted to solve it through the whole point of getting scalable and accessible data. This is what the OISOM product line is, or as I say, the offerings are. Our systems can monitor around 30 parameters, which include dust, emission gases, odor-filled gases, noise levels, radiations, and weather conditions. And with the software, it's even more complete ecosystem where you don't have to depend on an external software. It's an inbuilt software, it's an in-house developed software based on feedback from researchers and users across all these 5-6 years. Now that we have multiple modules on this, we have started rolling it out, and people are using it for industries, for ambient air quality monitoring in cities. We do measure gases such as NO2, SO2, ozone, carbon monoxide. There's a separate section of odorants where we found out that landfill sites or wastewater treatment plants have a typical requirement of, let's say, a hydrogen sulfide coming out from an inspection chamber in a sewage treatment plant, or let's say a chlorine when it comes from dosing in terms of treatment plants, or even in a solid waste dumping site where there are multiple gases. And these were all odor nuisance, and people used to complain where the nearby residents were living. So that's where we identified the need for such pollutants to be monitored. There are different working principles which the sensors are based on. Some of them work on electrochemical sensing and some on NDR and PID, but that's more on the technology part. These systems are they're weatherproof, so this was one major challenge that we faced while deploying it in different conditions. It was now we have systems installed in -20°C to even 60°C in ambient conditions. Sometimes in the Middle East, the temperatures go as high as that. And these systems have been working perfectly fine with minimal maintenance. And that was a key to give non-interrupted data for a long term without any kind of losses. And that's the reason when you see the last point, which has a 12-hour of battery backup, came in very handy, especially in places where countries like in India, in some of the areas where power is still a very problematic place. Sometimes there are power cuts when the city is under some development and we don't get power. So there is no loss in data, and that was a key that we don't miss out on any kind of insight. So some small improvements we made over the period of time so that we get complete uptime of all these monitors. It is active sampling technology that is one of our USPs, which gives higher accuracy when it comes to deploying it in the ambient conditions. It's kind of a micro chamber. If you can imagine like a human lung, how it inhales and exhales, the system is same. It inhales a specific amount of air and then exhales out. And this is what the system is all based on. It has parameters that I said, which are gases. All of them use the same technology. We are, by the way, there's a booth here. If you would like to know this device or like to know how the monitor works, feel free to walk into the exhibition booth and I'll be happy to explain you. As and when we started, we understood what all applications could be the correct way of deploying these units. It is just not a city. There are many other places where data is key and they're not able to come up to actual solutions when it came to these kind of problems. So over the last 6 years, we have around 1,000 plus deployments across 50 countries. And some of these applications have been summarized on the screen. So it could be something like an airport monitoring, maybe model out the LTO cycles, the landing and takeoff cycles, and penalize the carriers based on the emissions. Or something as trivial as, say, ammonia monitoring in your facility, which is a part of your workplace safety, and then protect the workers' health. It could be something like dust separation. So what we do is, in mining sites and other applications, there are these water cannons, if you see. So they spray it on the dust to suppress it. What we did is we automated the whole process. So we eliminated the entire dependency of any kind of manpower there. It's inbuilt relay that we came up with in the product. So as and when you have a threshold value reaching, let's say around 100 or 200 micrograms per cubic meter, it would trigger a signal to the cannon and it would automate it. So those kind of minor changes made the entire process very smooth, and it could also not only just give you data but improve the efficiency of the mitigation processes. And one of the recent applications, it's kind of, I don't know whether I should mention it here, but in the United States, they have a very open cannabis cultivation happening, and there are people surrounding in the cannabis cultivation area who complain about some kind of an odor, and they found out they need to check that data. So we are also exploring that. I'm not sure what will happen whether in our country, but at least they are working there on the cannabis part. So that's some typical examples. These are some of the projects that we have done over the last few years. So the first one, as you see, is a fence line monitoring. Again, something where surrounding people of an industry raise complaints, and the industry needs to come up with solutions, or at least identify whether the data, what the neighbors are complaining are actually correct or not. So such applications can be easily covered with units like these. And this is one in Ethiopia, where there was a cement plant and they wanted to do that. The second one that you see is the Agra Smart City. There was almost around 40 units placed in Agra. Apart from Agra, you will also see units like Varanasi, Kakinada, where multiple units in numbers like 15, 12, or even in the northeast, under the Smart Cities mission, there is Itanagar and Imphal who have these kind of air quality monitors, where the government is now integrating it to a command and control center, and they are taking actionable insights based on that. The third one is what I was mentioning about the airport. This is in Saudi, where they are doing this airport monitoring, and based on that particular modeling on the data. And the last one is one typical wastewater treatment plant in the US, where they're monitoring hydrogen sulfide from a sewage treatment plant. So this is where we have reached. Kind of gives me a sense of pride when I mention that from India we have reached across to the globe with these countries where we are right now present. And we are growing day by day, where people have acknowledged the need for such systems with good data and are using it for various applications. Some of our collaborations over the years, we have worked with these people, and we also build a knowledge partner ecosystem with a couple of global as well as Indian universities. But this slide is something that we really work towards. The two loops that we try to fulfill every day. One is the urban loop and the other is the industrial loop. And while we are in the urban loop, we do the source tracking, we generate some kind of KPIs for whether the administrators, whether it is the traffic authorities or even the pollution controlling authorities, then try to measure that using these kind of monitoring equipments and complete that loop. Same way for the industrial, we do it with the use of automation. We tend to provide safety alarms if some value goes high, or we set some threshold values and trigger automations for mist cannons or other purifiers, and we try to close that loop. So this is what summarizes entirely our vision towards providing scalable and accurate data for multiple applications. And we're moving towards AI. We started with an IoT mindset, but now since we have multiple data, we have started to work on heat maps, but this is an ongoing thing and we're working on that. Just a summary of our product line with multiple sectors covering like odors and dust and weathercom for the weather monitoring. And the recent one that we launched is AQBot, which is a single parameter system, especially focusing on industrial leak detection or EHS applications. We do have multiple communication protocols because that becomes a challenge when you go to rural areas. So it's either GSM, but we do have incorporated Wi-Fi, or there's a low band network called LoRa, where they have set up on very niche areas with gateways and all. And even in industrial protocols, we have Modbus and other where they can easily set up the monitor without any hassle. This is one thing that I wanted to focus, which is the calibration, because accuracy comes as a key, and we don't compromise on that. We have a multi-layer calibration process. It's set up at Atira, which is in Ahmedabad. It's an NABL accredited laboratory. Each and every unit is calibrated there with zero air and span gas concentrations. And the dust or the particulate matter monitor sensor is co-located with a reference grade system which is a BAM technology. So every unit gets calibrated from our system, and only then with a certificate it's dispatched. So this is a snapshot of the setup that we have in Ahmedabad. So yeah, this is what I wanted to showcase, some of our case studies that we have been doing since a few years. To conclude, the Gandhinagar, the Kakinada Smart City, even in Navi Mumbai we have one setup where interestingly they are using air quality as an amenity and providing how different it is from the outside world and where you are inside, what's the difference. So novel applications keep on coming, and what we do best is provide the data. So this is us, Oizom. Thank you so much for your time. I love to hear from you. Please come discuss, ask, grill if you want to on what we are doing. But let's have an interaction over the few days. I'm also presenting on ASIC event. That's the last day where I'm talking more about the data part and talk about our software, how we build that. So there's another story to tell. Thank you so much.
Okay, so Aeron Systems is basically an aerospace company that was started in 2008. So currently we are, basically you can call us a teenage company. We are running on 14th year. So we started as a inertial navigation systems by Mr. Ashwini Shukla, who is from IT Bombay, and Mr. Abhijit Bokil. So we basically deal in the two particular divisions. First is the inertial navigation system, in which we make Okay, so in the inertial navigation systems and sensors, we make the inertial, the fog inertial sensors, airborne codifier, ARHS systems, and tilt sensors and inclinometers. And there is another division that is of Internet of Things. We basically working in the Internet of Things. We are especially focusing on the environmental monitoring systems. That includes the wireless data loggers and weather monitoring stations, air quality monitoring stations, along with the water quality monitoring stations. So as we can see, in the environmental monitoring products, we have products for the air quality, for water quality, solar, wind power, weather, agriculture, and flood monitoring systems as well. So before I talk about the products that we have, I would like to tell you about, like, as we all know that Einstein has said that everything is relative, and at the same time, Darwin has mentioned that everyone is relative. So we have the solution for everything and for everyone. As we are aware that with climate change, we all are facing the similar problems, and each and every parameters or the different environmental parameters, whether it's related to water or air, all these are related to each other. Secondly, I would like to give a small picture of the current scenario that has happened in the past few years and that might be happening. Whenever we look at the water bottles, and we look at it because it's pure, we like to drink it. And why we are drinking, the reason is that we have polluted the rivers, we have polluted the lakes and water. So we have bottled the water, and the cost is around 20 rupees or 50 rupees. Then comes the COVID time, when we had to bottle the air, and we know the cost of it. The cost is the lives of our loved ones. Third comes the scenario where I'm not sure it is really going to happen, and I really pray for that. Bottled sunshine. Whenever we come across the Delhi, the pollution condition is there. We cannot see the clear blue sky. The reason is that we are not getting the sunlight because of the dense pollution level of. So, in case if such condition appears where we had to bottle the sunshine, we know the cost that we have to face. So this is our laminar, the first product that is basically for the air quality monitoring system. It consists of the wide range of sensors measuring CO, CO2, NO2. Besides that, we have particulate for PM 2.5, 10. Along with that, we have volatile organic compound. Secondly, the high technology that we are using. We have a high extreme data logger that can offer the wireless communication on the Wi-Fi and the cellular. using the GPS protocols. Thirdly, it is a wide weatherproof and the temper monitoring system along at the last, since we are using the low-cost sensors. So it provides a quite affordable solution for the monitoring of the air. So this is a system architect of the laminar. Initially, as you can see, from all those sensors, the data actually gets into the smart data logger, and then that same data is provided to the our Aeron cloud, and the data can be used on a graphical display. Though the sensor technology that we are using for the gaseous pollutants, we have, like for NO2 sensors, O3, sulfur dioxide, we are using the electrochemical sensors. For volatiles, we have electrochemical sensors along with the PID sensors, and for CO2 and methane, we have the NDIR principle-based sensors. For the particulate matters, we are having laser-based systems. So the different parameters that laminar can measure is like CO, carbon dioxide, methane, wind, rainfall, and along with that, we have other like UV, light, similar like that parameters. The key specification of the laminar is like the protocols that we are using in that is HTTP, MQTT APIs. The wired protocols we have Ethernet, RS485, Modbus, and 232. Along with that, in the wireless, we have Wi-Fi that I have already mentioned. The data capturing frequency of the sensors that we are using varies from 30 seconds to 1 minute. And along with the data transmission can be customized for 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or even for 1 day. We are using a 27-channel and LI frequency for the GPS. For the time synchronization, we have through GPS and internet. The weight of the system, whenever we are talking about the affordable systems or how convenient it is to install them, it's around, generally, initially we had a 9 kg system, but now we have reduced up to around 5 to 6 kg system. It comes with a temper alert, so in case someone is tempering your system, you will definitely get the alert for that. We are using a 20-bit ADC resolution, which is the highest in the industrial grade. So the different advantages of laminars that you can have, it has a high precision due to the 24 ADC grade data logger that we have. The scalability, you can have any kind of sensors, add number of sensors to that. We provide the inbuilt GPS for the precision of their location. Communication can be done through wirelessly or wired. And it's quite rugged. It comes with the IPC protection. And so along with the hardware part, there is a software part. We call it Live 3 Cloud. In that Live Cloud, you can basically see the AQI of that along with the different parameters. And you can compare different parameters from different locations at the same time and can have an analytical view of that. So this entire data can be logged in the system and can be stored for about 10 years or so. You can have a facility of having the entire data for it. Along with that, you can configure it the way you want, like the dashboard management and the alerts and notification you can manage. Along with the reports, you can generate directly from the system. Thirdly, I would like to talk about the smart water quality system that we have, that is Stream. So there are 3 variations of that. First is the inline, the submerged, and the floating systems. The different parameters that we are covering in the Stream is like pH, COD, BOD, TSS, conductivity, and all those parameters that you can see in. Besides that, we also provide weather monitoring systems that basically the parameters that we cover in that is radiation, albedo value, air temperature, humidity module, wind speed, wind direction. Along with that, any kind of parameters that you might require, we can have installed with our data logger. Currently, we have installed around 20 gigawatt of solar power plant approved with NTPC, BHAL, and all the preferred choices. So these are some of the pictures that we have for the weather quality monitoring station that we have installed across the globe. This is our global distribution partner. We have a spread over almost in all the different locations on the entire globe. This is our company, which is located in Pune, and this is our production and testing facilities. Design and development facilities that we have at our Pune lab. So finally, I would like to Thank everyone for listening to me, and special thanks to CSTEP for providing this opportunity. We have a stall over here. We would like to welcome you all. We are definitely, as a manufacturer, we'd like to sell, but here we are to buy the problems so that we can address to the solution. Thank you so much.
Now, we would like to thank all of our sponsors to be here and elaborate on how their organizations are making their contributions in the area of air quality management. So, we have judged the student posters and we are happy to announce the 5 finalists. May I call upon Professor Vijay Kanavade to please announce the names? So I would like to thank our sponsors.
Okay, so we had a students' poster session on solutions for pollution this morning and afternoon also. It got continued. Yeah, we did enjoy. We had total 14 posters, out of which we have, jury has selected 5 posters in the following order. Wagmi Patel. Do we have Wagmi Patel here? Yeah, great. And then next, Miss Ekta Chaudhary. Okay, and the next is Miss Neha M. And the next one is Miss Hema Bhatt. Not really. We have Mr. Ravi Bhushan. Okay. So congratulations to all of you. So tomorrow, 12 o'clock, we'll have a presentation from you. We'll load your poster here, and you will have 10 minutes to give a presentation in front of everybody. And out of that, we will select 3 best posters. And there will be a cash prize. Okay, first prize will be 15,000 rupees, second prize is 10,000 rupees, and third prize is 5,000 rupees. So all the best to all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
After such engaging and enlightening sessions throughout the day, I would like to now call upon Dr. Pratima Singh to give her concluding remarks.
Thank you, Ritika. Hello, everyone. Hope we are all awake. After prolonged technical jargons and all technical instruments knowledge and the research work that we have been doing. I'm not here to conclude the session, but do we have mics, Vignesh, Anirban? Mics? Okay, great. So as I said, I'm not here to conclude the session, but I would want the audience to help me conclude the session. I would want to know from all of you, how did you find the sessions? Was it meaningful? What are the takeaways that you would want to take away from here and work on it? So yes, if anyone wants to go ahead and speak about it. Yes, please. Samir, second table.
Good evening, everybody.
May I request you to please introduce yourself, name, which organization?
My name is Vijay Kumar. I am my Deputy General Manager from the Bengaluru Metro Rail Works.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you all. And thank you, Pratima, in particular, and thanks CSTEP and CAPS and all the August audience present here. In fact, myself and my colleague Praveen, who is an environmental engineer, is also with me. I was a layman till I entered yesterday for the inaugural function. But we are floored by the kind of organization that you people have done, and the type of panelists and the amazing knowledge they have discussed yesterday as well as today. It is mind-boggling. I only wish I was a scientist to understand it in a better perspective. Nevertheless, we are thrilled, we are over enthusiastic, And there is lots to learn for everybody. What I wanted to, in fact, bring to your kind notice when Dr. Patil and Dr. Khan and similar doctors were speaking, see, it also is the responsibility of every individual in this country. We are, I think, 140 or more crores. So it is not an easy task. Despite such massive research, relentless efforts by the scientists and organizations like CSTEP, you know, nothing should go waste. At the end of the day, it should reach the, you know, last man, as our Honorable PM keeps telling. The research facility should reach the last man in this country. So for that, I think there is lots of awareness need to be spread over all possible medias and in the local languages, because we have got so many languages. So it should not confine to just one language or one media. It should percolate down the line till everybody is aware. And once again, I thank, and we are tremendously influenced by the, you know, way this organization has kept us informed. We would certainly go and report our IRFs about the valiant efforts done by CSTEPs and CAPS, and we would look forward to hearing more and more such interesting panels in the next 2 days. Thank you once again. Good evening to all.
Thank you, Vijay sir. Thank you for that motivational words. Can I just have one small question from you? When is the metro rail work going to be over in Bangalore?
That's a very good question. And even though I am not in engineering, I am you know, purely into administration. With the available information, I would like to tell the following few things. Now, the Bangalore-Pune highway, there we are constructing the extended line which will go up to the center called BIEC, Bangalore International Exhibition Center. That is almost getting completed by this year end. Early next year, we will definitely see the operational, you know, once the Railway Safety Commissioner gives the nod, that will be done. And similarly, there is an extension of line on the Mysore Road from the existing Kengeri station down towards Bidadi. That will also be, you know, operational. And coming to the another important, this one, Electronic City, which is one of the, you know, most sought after metro trains. That will also be, you know, operational by mid-23, if not, you know, further late. And there is one more line which is also coming to a, you know, finishing stage. That is from Bayapanalli, the existing station, going towards Kadagodi via Whitefield. That may also see, you know, operational by end 23. These are the things which are going to be commissioned as soon as is possible. But the biggest news, as I mentioned very briefly in my, you know, little talk in the forenoon, the big lines are from the Central Silk Board, which is, you know, having the nickname called the, you know, four Dham. Instead of four Dham, they call it as 4 Jam Yatras in Bangalore. This is one is Central Silk Board, another is Hebbal. The third one is the, I think there is a, you know, ignominious thing called the tin factory, which is near KR station, and one more. These are the bottlenecks of Bangalore. I think right now we have commenced our, you know, massive work commencing from Central Silk Board, which we call as a CSB, and till KR, that is project 2A. That is under, you know, commissioning, you know, various works are going on, civil works. That we have been targeted to complete by end 25, but our Honorable CM is asking us all to, you know, finish it as soon as possible. He wants to advance it by 1 year. That is project 2A. The project 2B is from KR Puram via Hebbal leading to the international airport. That is also, you know, in 3 packages. 2B, package 1, 2, 3, they are all under the supervisions of respective chief engineers, and the work is going on. And various other bottlenecks, we don't want to, you know, unnecessarily take the, you know, prestigious time of this August body here. We are having some constraints, which is a very separate issue as such. And otherwise, we are following stringent quality norms, and we are answerable to the Honorable High Court with regard to, you know, environmental issues. We are answerable to the Karnataka State Pollution Control Board. Even the NGT will be watching us. and we are monitored by the independent agencies who will certify and vouchsafe for the environmental preservation that Bangalore Metro is doing in particular. So many bodies will be monitoring us. Not that we are just demolishing anything and everything. And we have got our own, stringent norms once again of maintaining, so many social responsibilities, which are all governed by the international funding agencies like ADB, European Investment Bank, varieties such similar things. So Metro for a common man looks very simple from outside, but when we go deep inside, because I was not myself in the Metro, 39 years I have spent in the government only in administration. It is only recently that I have joined, and I have learned from the veterans who are from the railways, so many things going on. So this is the most prestigious project which is being awaited by the Bangaloreans to connect to the international airport. But besides this, there is another major line coming right from the JP Nagar, which is very close to the Jai Institute of Cardiology. It goes via JP Nagar. It touches the Mysore Junction at the area called Nayanda Halli. From there, it will take a turn towards the Bangalore University, then comes towards Magadi Road, and then Dr. Rajkumar and Dr. Puneet Rajkumar Memorial. And then it will lead towards gently Yeshwantpura, leads towards Hebbal, and it culminates there. That is one of the project 3. And project 3, one more line commences from the existing Vijayanagar station, also called Vasahalli. It will touch the same Magadi Road. It will end at a place called Kadabagere beyond Nice Road on the West Bangalore. These are the proposed ones which DPR is already ready, and it is at our boss's level. And shortly it will be submitted to the government of Karnataka, who will again clear it, and they will send it to the government of India for their approval. So that is a massive project which will take its own time. Besides all these things, the last one, which is now on the anvil, is from Sarjapur to Hebbal, which is a whopping 26 or 28 kilometers. It will, right from Sarjapur till Koramangala, it will be elevated. From Koramangala, it will not be seen by anybody. It will be once again a tube train which will go below the surface. So it will have equal number of stations underground. It will also terminate at Hebbal. So those dates are not yet announced. So the immediate thing that you are going to see is the extension lines of phase 2 that will be on the Mysore Road, Mumbai Highway, Whitefield, and towards Electronic City. And let me also wish and hope that the airport line will be operational as soon as is possible for the welfare of everybody. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. That sounds like a lot of work, and I'm sure, yes, the general citizens and the public will be looking forward to BMRCL to complete all these projects so that public mobility becomes easier. Yes, so going back to my question, what are the takeaways that you would want to work on in future? Anyone? Yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I am Syed Asif from Aurangabad Municipal Corporation and working for solid waste management projects and environment projects. Thank Pratima first and UC Davis US and CSTEP for organizing such a wonderful event. First day, as she asked, are we awake? Yeah, obviously we were awake because all the stuffs were different. It was not only the theme was only single, it was well composed. And my takeaway for today's was like the sponsors which in the last session has highlighted, like suppressing of the especially, we are looking for some construction demolition projects. We will surely like to associate with the air parameters and all the stuff, softwares. Like we really want to include like to automate the projects of the C&D waste, like when the dust is increasing and automatic sprinklers should start. So thank for the collaboration, and these are the takeaways, and looking forward for some more interactive sessions 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you for coming from Aurangabad, and I am happy that you could find that the collaborators, the sponsors, and the technology innovators who are here, you could, find some solution for your city. Great. So I want to know whether the topics that we selected, the sessions that we had, was it relevant for you? What were the gaps that you found, and what could be the new topics or the probable areas that we can touch upon in the future? Any suggestions? Yes, at the end.
Thank you. Saying the word on the suggestions, I just like to give a thank note to one of the panels which made me to think like what modeling, what results, what we are doing. There was a big gap to understand why it came. And thanks to the panel which has been done by Dr. Ramachandra, Dr. Khan, and I forgot the cardiologist's name. Now, they just made us to think like what is missing in our results. Thanks to all the three people, I found 2 are inside. I asked the organizers to convey it to the cardiologist also. And coming to the suggestion part, the topics are very good. The thing is that it was switching over just like wind blows, right? Starting from energy, then suddenly jumping into governance and coming back to medical practitioners. It's a good go on first day. I understand the time limit you have, but I hope most of the audience over here are either working on emissions or either working on sensors or data analytics. And if there had been one more session on medical practitioners, that may have opened the eyes of what we are looking. We just look, from my perspective, I just look like an emission has happened, it is getting deposited in the lung, and this is how it is impacting, but I'm never aware about it has an exchange to the cardio. So that kind of diversified session might have been more eye-opener, and I look that may happen in near future. And one more takeaway I had today is the sensors, what you have put, the sponsors, the kind of sponsors you had, and it's very selective, and the kind of displays they have made is awesome. And I have identified one of my instruments over here, so thanks for that too. Thank you.
Great, point noted. Could you just introduce yourself quickly?
Yeah, I'm Ram from Kumaraguru College of Technology from Coimbatore.
Great. No, definitely, because of the time constraint also we had to restrict on the number of the sessions we had, but we'll try to be more efficient and include such diversified sessions in the coming year. When we were looking for technology developers, it became very difficult for us to find the right technology developers around Bangalore or in other cities whom we could invite and make them part. So I just want to seek your help in how to connect to these technology developers in various cities and bring them on one platform so that we learn from them and they also understand the requirement of policy aspects. So if there's anyone here who knows any such organization or a platform where we can connect to the technology developers, please reach out to us and we'll be happy to discuss on that part. So yes, I would want to hear more on which were the good sessions or what were the challenges, how do we improve ICAS going forward? Or should I pick people and ask them to speak?
Hello. Yeah, Pradeep from Bosch.
Yes.
Thanks, Pratima, for organizing this and bringing all the stakeholders in one platform. What could be included is the involvement of the cities. What is being done in the cities? It could be starting or something could have been achieved. And how this can be taken up for the other cities. So that is one thing which we could consider.
Great.
And involving the researchers, medical fraternity, and the solution providers, yes, you have already taken care. Thank you.
Okay, that is a brilliant idea that we start with identifying what kind of work is being carried out in the city, who are the researchers, highlight them on the platform. Point well noted, Praveen. Great. Anyone else? Someone from this backside people who are sitting? I would want to hear from the students who are sitting here. Yes, please.
Hi ma'am, I am Ravi Bhushan from BITS Hyderabad, and this was my first conference, and this is really amazing, the kind of people who have come here and what we are discussing. One small suggestion could be, so I am working on air pollution in peri-urban areas and rural areas. So it would be really helpful if we could have a session where we can bring the best practices or the research which are happening in peri-urban areas or rural areas and integrate those best practices here, and then also the best practices from cities around India and world, because we have quite a stakeholders who have come together. Another addition could be that if we could have people from government, because at the end of the day, the implementation is something which suffers because of various reasons which have been pointed out by Dr. Sudhakar yesterday and many speakers today. So maybe we as researchers, when we can see the other side, that black box which we never explore. So if we could have more people from the government speaking about their problem, what they really want, what they really expect from industry. So some of the expectations were clear. So what they more expect from the industry and researcher fraternity, so that would have been much better. But this was an amazing session, and we are looking forward for having good conversation in the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishwas. And yes, point noted that we need to be focusing on peri-urban research, and we need to have people come and talk about it. On the policymakers, I definitely agree that we need to have people from the government come and talk, but believe me, it's a struggle to get them on a platform and ask them to come and talk, because they are involved in so many other activities that it becomes challenging. We had, the inaugural panel, few of the policymakers, senior policymakers, but then it is always a challenge because they get dragged to other meetings. But yes, we'll strive to, get more policymakers in our coming issues, yes. Anyone else? Yes, sir. KV George.
Yeah, thank you. One of the members, I think, from BITS Hyderabad, he raised an issue that going towards peri-urban area. So one of the answers to him is, within these 3 days' time, the scope that you have defined, this itself is sufficiently wide. It's covering a lot of different spectrum. So that's good. But actual scope is much wider. And one of the issues which I have faced is if this kind of program is organized in metro cities. So there in Mumbai, we did this program. One of the problem is we invited municipal corporations to Mumbai city, arrange their stay. So this is a bit hectic. So in one of our program, next what we are planning is going out of major metro cities, going to a smaller town, arranging the logistics for people from other cities, bringing in. Now here in this group, what I see is mostly those who are directly related and aware of the subject. Now what we need is to go to people who are not aware of this subject. So let us go to a smaller city around Bangalore or in Karnataka, invite small cities, municipal corporation people, because I find them most recalcitrant. You have to break them. No, you have to listen air pollution subject, because in municipal corporations, they are well comfortable with solid waste management, wastewater management, treatment, water supply. Air pollution, they don't take care. So to develop that awareness, to spread that awareness, what I have seen here is the strength of CSTEP in organizing it very nicely, and my surprise is these doctors. Actually, doubt is still in my mind. Earlier, I used to think why, whenever there is a post-mortem, the records of the lungs condition, is it recorded somewhere? Can it be recorded? Does it fall under some ethical or unethical practice? What happens? Because that is a point where we get some data. So I'm not dare to put this proposal. But
no, we should definitely ask Dr. Arvind from Lung Care Foundation, because he shows evidence on various platforms, and he's a surgeon, and he has seen multiple lungs that from kids to middle age to elderly. So yes, he would be the right person to answer this question of yours.
So creating a database and then taking the record of the deceased person, and then that will help us actually, because in entire air pollution studies, everything is outside. What is happening inside is something unknown. So from where to get that data? Let that data be stored and studied. And my most important issue, which I said, go out of Bangalore, go out of this building, and conduct these programs in small cities, invite their municipal corporation employees, make them listen to it, something will go inside their head and they will work on this.
Point noted, sir. We'll try to make ICAS mobile and take to other cities. we'll think about that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Hi, my name is Gautam. I represent a company called Earthmetry, which provides data services to think tanks and development banks and all that. I think on the conference it's been wonderful for me, because I'm learning a lot from various stakeholders. And what could be, probably you have reached a point where you may need parallel sessions, because all the feedback I see is, can we go deeper on rural areas? Can we go deeper on urban areas? And it looks like maybe you have one day where everyone is in the room, but maybe another day where they split up and you have more in-depth. So that way, in a shorter time, you can cover the detail that people seem to be asking for.
Definitely. For that, I need to increase my team strength. Great. Anyone else want to add something? Yes, please.
Hi Pratima, this is Praveen, environmental engineer from Bangalore Metro Rail Corporation. I attended your program earlier also. I have gone through your studies. CSTEP has done remarkable work. You have gone through grid-layer studies over the city. And as a government agency, we are using it as a reference. So I requesting you to do the study periodically, like year by year. Fast forward 4 years after those studies, being a government agency, we can track the pollution control done by our agencies. Like we are improving mass transport by metros, and through that we can control the air pollutants as well. So your studies are becoming a baseline for us. So keep on doing these works, so that will be baseline for us.
Thank you so much, and I take that as a success story for the work that we are doing, that your department has considered our studies as a baseline and working on that. Thank you so much, and we'll keep our standards so that we can provide more scientific outputs in the coming year. Thank you. Yes. Okay, so yes, we have a couple of points that we will brainstorm internally and see how we can incorporate that in coming ICAS. I would just want to make an announcement that tomorrow, again, it's going to be brilliant sessions, starting from Way Forward to National Clean Air Program. And believe me, we have brilliant panel members for that, and you would not want to miss it. We have other session on better data for policies, standardizing measurement practices. There are some experts who are going to talk about how to use different measurement practices, what should be the standard protocols. So that's another brilliant session. And the last session is policy integration, co-benefits of policies addressing air pollution and climate change. In this panel, big shots from various think tanks are going to come and speak about air pollution and climate linkages. So it's a brilliant sessions tomorrow. So therefore, I would request you, since last few days we are seeing terrible traffic in Bangalore, and we saw that many people came late. So I request everyone to please be here by 9:30, 9:45, so that we can start our session by sharp 10 a.m. BBMP Chief Commissioner Shri Tushar Girinath is going to come tomorrow morning sharp at 10 and give the keynote address. So I would want everyone to be there and listen to him and ask questions. That would be really, really great. So I'm hoping that everyone will be here by 9:45 tomorrow. And thank you again to all the students. Brilliant presentation, brilliant effort, and keep working. Don't get dismotivated by the fact that you were not selected today. It's just that few students performed better than you. So keep striving, keep struggling, and doing research that is required. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9:45. Thank you again.